Welcome back, everyone. The rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated. I've just been living in my own little fantasy world in which all my dreams are coming true. And now it's time for you to be a part of that.
beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Life is a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Let's get dramatic. Yeah, I really did that. You can move faster, you can move faster. Yeah, I really did that. Let's get dramatic. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I tax in the metaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I tax in the metaverse, when I jump through your universe. They say in this life, if you can't do, you watch. Reboot, restart like magic. Reboot, restart like magic. Reboot, restart like magic. Keep popping up like a real bad habit. Reboot, restart like magic. Let's get dramatic. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I tax in the metaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I tax in the metaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I tax in the metaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? In the metaverse, in the metaverse, in the metaverse.
Greetings, everyone. Let me, just quickly, oh, shit. Ah! Stop! Ah!
Life is a beautiful madness.
Gwenpool, stop! Thank you. All right. Sorry, she gets a little excited. Anyway, where are we? Where are all my new buttons? Hi, how's it going? Oh, it's very moody, but a little dark. Let's just put a little light on the subject. Hey, isn't that cool? We can do mood lighting in the back and actually be able to see me in the front. Isn't that nice? Now, I don't know if you can see it behind my head there. There is a second camera. The reason I was supposed to start like an hour and a half ago, one of the reasons I didn't was because I couldn't get the second camera working. It was driving me nuts. Every time I tried to hook it up, it would freeze everything. I couldn't move the mouse. My keyboard turned off. The Stream Deck turned off. I'm like, what the hell is going on? They kept saying it needed to run updates. It wouldn't. I just got stuck in this endless update loop. It wouldn't do the updates, and yeah. Anyway, the new workstation is at a stage now where I can actually start doing things again. And hey, it only took a month. Let's see who is around. We have on Twitch, we have Snapcraft. How's it going? We got Vermin Art. How's it going? And JL, how's it going? Says almost feels like Superman the movie. By the way, that zoom is automatic. It's AI powered. We'll see how smart it is. It just seems to keep crash zooming into me whenever I like look at the camera. Did it do it? Yes. Okay, good. How it's supposed to function is if you it'll detect your like movement and stuff, but if you like if you hold still for a couple seconds, it'll zoom in. So I have to keep moving if I don't want it to zoom. I just have to be constantly moving, and then it should be fine. It'll just stay where it is. Or I can turn that feature off if it gets too annoying. But I don't know. I thought it would be fun. Oh, okay. That gives us a little bit of motion. So I was going to say, oh, you can't really see the workstation too well from there, eh? Let's just switch to camera 2. Click, and then we'd switch to the other camera. Yeah. And there's literally no reason why that shouldn't work. But it isn't working. So so I guess I'll just grab the camera and show you around a little bit. But let's fire this one up too. There we go. If only to have some more lights. So yeah, it's quite the bat cave of a setup. I can show you. We're going to do like a big Blu-ray update in a little bit here. I also have some packages that just arrived today that I had to pay out the ass for in fees. Let me look over on YouTube. Hey, how's it going? Sophia Fox, Horizons, Thomas Rowan, Tony Orpiano, Adrian James, 94 Kuhn. And is that it? That is it, yes. Hello, everybody on the YouTube. By the way, little something. If you're on YouTube, you may notice a couple of additional quality options have appeared. Go take a look at the quality options. Just take a look. But only on YouTube. I think Twitch is still locked at 720p. I don't know why. I can't make them not be 720p. But I figured if at least one streaming service was going to allow me this level of quality, then I would just do it and the others can, you know, get there in their own time. So, if you want to see the stream live in full 4K 60 frames per second quality, YouTube is the place to be. If you just want to chat and interact, Twitch is the place to be because it has better interaction features. So it's like, why can't we just have everything together on one platform? So yeah, so it's kind of like, you know, watch on YouTube, interact on Twitch, I guess, would be the optimal situation. You can just have the chat open on Twitch. You don't need the stream as well. I don't know. So that would be my suggestion if you want the optimal Zaranyzerak live viewing experience. That will be the same for games as well. I have reconfigured everything so that we can do everything in 4K. Live. Also, if you miss something and you go to watch the VOD, the VODs will also be in 4K, including on Twitch. So I don't know why I can't stream, but it does it fine with the VODs, but whatever. As long as it's mostly working, and in the end we have really high quality VODs, because, you know, that's what I use to chop things up into episodes and stuff, so it'll make a nice difference, I think. Yes. Hey, thanks. Yes, in 4K, wherever. I was literally thinking of that, Horizons, like how it used to be in stereo, where available. Yeah, I was like, it's literally that, in 4K, where available. So, crazy. So, yeah, YouTube, as far as I know, is the only one that allows for full 4K streaming, unless you're, like, a partner or something on Twitch, which I am not. We don't quite have the viewership for that yet. Here's hoping that happens someday. So, anyway. Oh, hey, there you go. Tony says, Tony does some acting, by the way. He's an actor. He's in the biz. Says, just FYI, the show I'm in airs Monday night on the 28th on channel TV1. Show is called Fatal Attraction, and I'm the Bald Detective. All right, everybody keep an eye out for the Bald Detective on Fatal Attraction on TV1 if you're able to see that. If not, well, we'll have to find some way to see it at some point. But oh yeah, Horizon says I do the same joke with Dolby Atmos. With Dolby Vision Atmos, we're available. Yeah, I hate the ones that are like with Dolby Vision HDR compatible. Yeah, bullshit. So it's like fake HDR. Got it. Okay. And greetings, Worm Disease and Raptor and holy shit bat. Vermin says Vermin Arts suggested hack. Watch the stream on YouTube in another tab and press the Twitch video. Pause the Twitch video and click pop out chat. Best of both worlds. There you go. Perfect. You can pop out the chat on YouTube as well. I do that actually to monitor everything. And hey, Brian Absher, a.k.a. Media Tripod 562. How's it going? What do I think? Why do you keep asking me that over and over again? If I don't answer, it's usually because I have nothing to say or I don't feel like talking about that. Just so you know. Don't keep repeating questions, please. But just to answer this one, says, what do you think about Nickelodeon and their shows? I think they're fine. I did see that documentary about all the heinous shit that went on in the 90s. That was pretty awful. But, you know, glad to see at least most of the kids made it out of that okay. But as for the shows themselves, I mean, I like most of them. I didn't really watch a lot of the, like, live-action stuff in the 90s and such. I did see some of it in the early 2000s, like the sitcoms. Like I saw Sam and Cat and Henry Danger and stuff like that, because Rose used to watch them all the time on... what was it? Was it on Nickelodeon? It might have been Nickelodeon here because I think we had Nickelodeon Canada by that point, which is basically a Canadian version. Sorry, just freaking eczema was being annoying again. Anyway, yeah. So I have some food that Rose went and got for us. So I'm gonna go and grab that in just a sec here. But yeah, I wanted to do kind of a different little intro for it. I was gonna do a little video just kind of showcasing the equipment a bit, but I just didn't get around to doing it because, quite frankly, I've just been too up to my eyeballs configuring everything. For the longest time, I was having a problem where I wasn't able to get the PC coming through in 4K. Kind of an important one. Kind of one of the reasons we did all of this in the first place, right? So, yeah, I mean, I've got a system that can easily play games in 4K. I would like to utilize that, please, for my benefit and the benefit of my viewers, giving them the best possible show and quality that we can. So, had a problem, and I struggled with it. I was trying to keep one of the old TVs in the mix just to save a bit of money. Yeah, that wasn't going to happen. So I bought a second 4K TV. So I got like a 55-inch in front of me, which I'll show you in a bit. I got a 43-inch next to me, which you can see the edge of. There's a 21-inch 1080p behind, which is used for the third computer, but we don't really have that. I don't have the alert box up. Well, shit. We're doing all new scene layouts as well. Trying to kind of minimize the clutter a little bit. But, yeah, let's put that in there. Sure? No. So what am I... What's this? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, oh my god. Okay. Hold on. Let's put this over in the corner here, maybe. Okay. And we do not have sound alerts on. Yes, Scully, that is intentional. I literally explained it at the start of the stream. There's an AI framing thing with the what are you clutching your head in agony about, JL? What is it? Tell me. Can I fix it? Well, I mean, I can re-add the sound alerts. I just haven't added them to this thing yet. There we go. Oh, I need a better border for that. Yeah, I'll fix all that later. All right, that's fine. We'll figure it out. You weren't here at the start. You were wrestling with the subscribe button. Oh, I see. Gotcha. So a couple things. Thank you, Samuelson, for the 33 months. 34 months. 33 in a row. It says, welcome back. You've been sorely missed. Thank you. And thank you for the super chat, Bradshaw. $2. Says hello to all from Bend, Oregon. Appreciate that. And let's see. Vermin Art says, what's all this then? Welcome back. Here, why don't I just let's just go back a little bit. So I did get a follow the other day from a famous YouTuber you guys might know, all you retro fans. I bet you know this guy. Weird Paul? You know Weird Paul? Yeah, so he's following now, which is cool. We connected on Threads. Actually, we chatted a little bit there. It was kind of nice. And then we had Vermin Art. Wow, what's with the...
Vermin Art just resubscribed for 39 months. What's all this then? Welcome back. Let's party. Beep 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 beep. To do curse lit.
Excellent. She's not as good a singer as Brian. And then we had Bradshaw. There we go. Why is this so wonky? Donated to... I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, and then Samuelson resubscribed. No. And then Samuelson resubscribed. There we go. Okay.
Samuelson03 just resubscribed for 34 months. Welcome back. You've been sorely missed.
Very nice. Such a soothing voice. Yeah, we'll get all that stuff sorted. I haven't really focused too much on the nitty gritty. I just wanted to get everything kind of functional. We'll tweak things as we go. But whoa, Scully officially subscribed for 24 months. Why are we not seeing the alert for that? I'm so confused. I don't know. Anyway, let me tell you what I'm drinking. So, this is basically iced tea mix, just a powdered mix. Just add water. But what I like to do is take a bit of this, which is cannabis oil. And I have this eyedropper that doesn't appear to use milliliters. It uses... It was one we had for the cat that passed away. So it's basically for feeding a cat. So it just tells you, like, the weight of the cat, not measurements in actual units of measurement. So I put about 20 pounds worth of cat oil into my drink, and that seems to I'm sure that's too much, but hey, it makes me happy, so I'm not complaining. Yeah, I thought you'd like that little bit of spoon licking. So, Scully, speaking of which, you ready for some Fort Nightmares and the end of the season? Because apparently all of that is happening in the next week. So, Fort Nightmares is going on right now. And it sounds like it's actually a good one this year. People have been raving about it. So, yeah, some cool POIs. Mephisto showed up and took out the underground, or underworld.
Latin just resubscribed for 54 months. Well. Looky what we have here. Last official stream my sub renewed. First stream back, my sub is renewed again. Feels just like yesterday you were opening packages and waiting for the new piece.
The new piece, yes. Well, the new PCs have indeed arrived. We're streaming from one of them right now. It says, sorry for my loss. Oh, you're talking about my mom? Well, I mean, that was back in February. I'm okay now, but thank you. I appreciate that. And what did he say? Waiting for the new PCs to arrive. Oh, lol, no need for doom and gloom, as today is the start of a new beginning. I know. It's crazy. Yeah, so what I've been doing, because I was kind of showing you guys all the stuff that I was getting for the collection and equipment and whatnot as it came in. But, of course, haven't been able to do that because we haven't been streaming. I have been setting aside all of the stuff that has come in since the last stream so that I can kind of get you guys up to date here on the live stream. Just very brief updates, basically, but there will be more detailed, themed updates later in video form. But for now, I thought you guys would like to see all the new stuff. There's, I can show you the stuff that's right next to me because I don't have room for it over there. Let's see what we got here. We got, just randomly, we got oh my god, the zoom. The Holy Virgin versus the Evil Dead from 88 Films. Region coding means nothing to me anymore, so I just buy stuff from wherever. What's this one? Encounter of the Spooky Kind. Taxi Hunter. This is some Hong Kong cinema stuff, some of which Luke, Razorwire Ryan, recommended to me. He loves this stuff, and he's been recommending a bunch to me. Magic Cop, which is kind of a spin-off of another series called Mr. Vampire. I have Mr. Vampire coming as well. And, yeah, let's not complain about things. Anyway, what else? We got the RoboCop 4K, just to upgrade the movie. The Taisho Trilogy, this is from the Arrow sale. This is supernatural samurai stuff, basically. Return of the Killer Tomatoes, I picked up the original a while back. This is the one that has John Astin in it as a mad scientist. Flowers in the Attic, which I've never seen, which I've heard is great. Evil Ed, which just sounded hilarious. You okay there, camera? Wow, you just cannot figure out. There's too many faces. I think it's getting confused. The Invisible Man Appears. It's a Japanese one, I believe. Yes, and also it has The Invisible Man versus the Human Fly. So two movies here to add to the Classic Monsters collection. And we got, oh yeah, this one sounded really good. It's kind of a vampire movie with a twist, The Addiction, and it co-stars Christopher Walken, so pretty cool. What is this one? Oh yeah, I mean this sold me by the first line. It's called Kolobos, and it's The Real World meets Saw by way of Suspiria, in this super smart, super gory, and sadly super overlooked late 90s horror gem. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, there we go. Kolobos. Looks cool. And then we have... This one just sounded like a blast. Dead End Drive-In. So I'm going to check that one out. And we got some more J-horror. We got Horrors of Malformed Men. Yes. TNA Dan says, on behalf of the UK, I apologize for the age rating spoiling the artwork. Got Doom Asylum, which I've heard of, never seen. A lot of these I've never seen. Dead or Alive, another one I've heard of, never seen. Actually, Dead or Alive trilogy, I should say. Takashi Miike, I've got a bunch of his... he's a director I've been wanting to check out for a while. Eric the Conqueror, basically a sword and sandal epic by Giallo master Mario Bava. So gotta check that one out. Chud! Finally got Chud. And yes, I have Chud 2 on the way as well. And a couple of spaghetti westerns. We got A Pistol for Ringo and The Return of Ringo. Been wanting that one for a while. This is all from Arrow's big Halloween sale. I got quite a lot from the big Halloween sale. This is stack 1. And then, what else? Well, I guess I can show you this. Kind of a... This is going to be happening all night, I bet. Hi, Gizmo.
84 just resubscribed for 11 months. Good evening / morning, whatever it is, wherever you are, trippy in and out cam. My eyes lol.
Yes, it's the old in-out cam. This is definitely a holy grail item. I won't tell you what I ended up having to pay for it, but it was less than what it typically goes for. Twin Peaks from Z to A. The Blu-ray collection also includes the pilot in 4K. Yeah, pretty sexy. This was actually used, but re-shrink wrapped, so it's not actually the original shrink wrap. Also, I think it had a backing originally, which this does not, sadly, unless it's been thrown inside. So we got that. Finally got Torchwood Miracle Day, the last chapter of Torchwood, which I needed. This is prohibitively expensive here now, so I just went with the UK release, which was considerably cheaper. Gormenghast, which is a three-part, I believe, miniseries based on a series of books. Very kind of a British institution. And yes, I got the Scarlet box before, but I had to get this one, A, for the HDR upgrade, and B, because it finally includes the fourth one, and C, because this is an equally cool box set with even more stuff in it. Hellraiser, the limited edition Pinhead box, the Quartet of Torment. So this is actually the first 4 movies this time. So that's pretty sexy. How are we going to do this here? And I got another stack here. Oh, you thought I was done with the Arrow sale? Nope. Hold on a sec. So these aren't all from the Arrow sale. This is another one from 88 Films. This was actually sent to me by Luke, The Seventh Curse. Very cool. Hi, Emily. That one's for something else. Got A Ghost Waits. This one sounded really interesting. Kind of, how do they describe it? It's kind of like, yeah, kind of a mix of, like, Beetlejuice, A Matter of Life and Death, and just, like, a good old-fashioned haunted house story. So it sounds like a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to checking that one out. This one I've been wanting forever. This is not from Arrow. This is just from Amazon. We have Who Done It, the complete series, hosted by John Pertwee. This is what he did right after Doctor Who. Now, he does not host the first season, series. That was hosted by Edward Woodward, future Equalizer at the time. And John took over from series 2. But really fun murder mystery series, celebrity panel, stuff like that. Finally picked up the latest Matrix. Picked up the movie of the year, Madam Web. This was so cheap. They're basically giving these away. Got Halloween Kills with the slipcover. I did get Halloween Ends as well, which oddly did not arrive with the slipcover. And now, back to the Arrow sale. Audrey Rose. Sounded like a good sort of crazy thriller. The Crazies got some George Romero stuff that was not zombies. Although this is kind of zombies. This is kind of more like the 28 Days Later style zombies. Season of the Witch, the original by George Romero. And there's Always Vanilla, one of his rare forays into drama. I didn't want the deluxe set because fuck that piece of shit, but I did want the movie in 4K. So I got the plain Jane, bare-ass, baked, naked version of Dune on 4K. That deluxe set was garbage. They really screwed the fans. This one is gorgeous. Silent Running, 4K, hardbox, steelbook. Very nice edition. Got Cold War Creatures from Sam Katzman. Some fun stuff in here. We have The Giant Claw. Is that the one where it's as big as a battleship? As big as a battleship. I think that's the one. Zombies of Moratau, The Werewolf, and Creature with the Atom Brain. So, very cool. Deadly Manor. Sound like a good kind of haunted house movie. Initiation of Sarah, which I think is sounded like another good haunted house movie. Sleep, which is actually a more recent one, but sounded really interesting, so grab that. Two Witches, limited edition with the slipcover. Very nice. Love that frickin' cover. Very cool. So a lot of big focus on gothic and exploitation horror this season, with a little bit of classic monsters and a lot of fills for other collections. We got Switchblade Sisters, which I think is one of Quentin Tarantino's favorites. The House That Screamed. The Sacred Spirit. Upgrade 4K American Werewolf in London. I have the Blu-ray set. And Contamination. And that's basically it for the Arrow sale. I did buy a few things before the sale as well, which I'll show you when we go over there. If we figure out how to get over there, that's going to be fun. We'll figure it out. What else do we have over here? Oh, wait, there's more. There's more from the Arrow sale. I actually wasn't done. I thought I was, but I was not. Jake Speed, which is a really fun homage to pulp adventure novels. The Yokai Monsters collection. This one sounds like batshit insane fun. So it's basically all kinds of stuff based around Japanese mythology. The Ringu collection. So 3 discs. It's actually 4 movies in here. I have an old DVD set that has the same movies that are in this set, but very nice. And, well, at least we got the first one in 4K. So there you go. One Missed Call. I haven't seen any of these. I've seen the Ringus. I haven't seen any of these, so this will be new to me. One of these is by Takashi Miike as well. And speaking of which, we have Audition, which I understand is a good one. Dark Water, which I used to have on DVD. I thought it was really good, so I wanted to get the 4K. That's the original, not the remake. The Snake Girl and the Silver-Haired Witch. Again, just sounded really interesting. Versus, which is basically popular for much the same reason and same everything as Battle Royale. So, been wanting to check that one out for a while. Warning from Space, which is apparently the very first color... Get out of my way, lol. Which is the very first color Japanese science fiction movie. So, only a couple years after Godzilla that came out. And then finally we have Bloody Spear at Mount Fuji. So, there we go. Just kind of do that. So just a couple things from the Arrow sale. I may have gone a little mad. Yes. What else? I'm just going to show you what I have within reach here. This one came in today. A new novelization of The Evil of the Daleks by Fraser Hines. Fraser Hines, of course, played Jamie. So this is sort of an alternate telling of the story. It's Jamie telling the story to Zoe when she first met up with them and joined the TARDIS crew. So it's kind of like the story told through Jamie's perspective. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. So that looks like fun. And that is nothing. And let's see. We got another stack here. Ugh. I watched this on Netflix. We didn't get a Blu-ray over here. I don't think we got any kind of video release over here. But as I said, region coding means nothing to me anymore. So picked up the BBC adaptation of Dracula from a few years back. I thought it was all right. I had a few minor issues with it, but otherwise it was okay. Then we got Death Machine. This one just sounded great, and I pretty much bought it based on it being Brad Dourif and William Hootkins and a hot chick fighting monsters. Well, aliens, I guess. Robots or something. I don't know. Sounds like a nice little mix of things. Sister Street Fighter. And one of the few shows to get regular releases on physical media from Netflix. Got Castlevania, Season 1. All of these with the slipcover, by the way. Season 2. Season 3. Season 4, which wraps up the first series. And then Castlevania Nocturne, Season 1, which is the start of the new series. I've seen about 5 minutes of Castlevania. I liked what I saw. Enough to buy all of them. But also, I want to support things that are from streaming services that get physical releases in the hopes that we get more physical releases of more stuff from more streaming services. Real Genius, one of my all-time favorite college comedies. Love this movie. Actually, it was the first college comedy I ever saw. Longlegs, which I watched the other night and really enjoyed this. I really liked it. I don't know that all the hype was really, that was just marketing fluff, but the movie itself was great. Really enjoyed it. Smile, which I have not watched yet, but looking forward to. I've been hearing good things about the second one, which just came out, a week or two ago. Finally bought the Airplane movies, 1 and 2. A childhood favorite that I found out got a big deluxe Blu-ray release. A Canadian, kind of a Canadian institution, this one. We have The Dog Who Stopped the War from Vinegar Syndrome with, there's the original poster there. Basically about kids who build a snow fort and have like a sort of pretend war over the course of winter vacation. And it's so much fun and so nostalgic for me. It was just a blast. And to date, I believe the single solitary only Doctor Who that we've ever got in 4K, Twice Upon a Time, 12's Swan Song in glorious 4K. And then finally, one that was kind of a holy grail for a while, kind of an elusive, mid-'80s sitcom that most people hadn't heard about, but I had because it was made in Canada, so it got a lot of attention on Canadian television. We have Don Adams in Check It Out, the complete series, 66 episodes, so one more than required for daily syndication. There you go. It's fun. It's a very light, fun, inoffensive, well, kind of inoffensive. One episode I watched that was so... let's just say the jokes were really outdated. And thank you, Hunter. There you go. Well, yes, the edited version, Stewie, of Turtles Forever that's on the Ultimate Collection. Yeah, of course, it keeps the plot intact. That's not the point. The point is, it's not the full version of the movie. I'll stick with my rip of the 1080p uncensored, uncut version, because that's how it's meant to be seen. They won't get my money for that cut down version. Oh, and Scully says, I don't think I've actually played a Castlevania game. Alright, let's just scroll back through some of the comments here. This is not everything. This is just what's on the desk because I didn't have any room for it over there. One reason I really need to get filming on the updates just to get things put into their forever homes, like their shelves where they're going to stay and whatnot. Let's see here. A lot of Arrow video titles. Marco Escuendolas. Did you watch Picard yet? Dude, I just bought it. I'm not getting into any big series watches right now. I'm mostly just watching movies and, leaning towards horror movies right now because it's October. But yeah, no, I haven't watched it yet. I've seen most of the first season back when it originally aired, but yeah. I wonder, am I able to adjust this so that it isn't so hyperactive? That's not the one I was looking for. Where is it here? No, no. Advanced? No. Effects? No. 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 Ah, AI. Here we are. Let's turn the sensitivity down on that a little bit. We'll put it down to medium instead of high. I didn't expect it to be having aneurysms every 2 minutes. All right. So we're looking here. There are 3 different versions of Turtles Forever: the standalone US DVD, the standalone UK DVD, and the 2003 complete series DVD. Yes, and the only one of those that is the uncut version is the UK DVD, but of course with PAL speed up. So, yeah. Don't know what to tell you. Hopefully we'll get a proper version. I mean, hey, Jet Blast, 46
Jet
months.
Blast 68 just resubscribed for 46 months.
Thank you so much. That's awesome. Get all these subs pouring in. That's awesome. And don't forget, we do still take donos. Donos help me get more stuff like this that I can do videos about for you. So, yeah, it all goes back into the show. I should get my food. I actually have food over there that I should get. So, I think I'm going to do that. Let me just going to move some of these things over here. Get them out of the way. I know, right? Hold your horses here. Oh, and I have packages to open, actually. Let's do those first. I have 4 packages to open. I had to go pick them up from the post office. And, you know, import fees and all that. Good times. Okay, there we go. And then we can put these here, I guess. I don't know. I'll be right back. Hold on. Make sure there's no addresses visible. Fuck. Alright, hold on a sec. Alright, let's here, let's just move these out of the way first. And we'll see what we got here. So this is, this is all the big Halloween haul. Had a late start because of lack of funds, basically. So we're playing catch up. Honestly, I'm playing catch up on about 10 years worth of collecting stuff that I've had on the back burner forever. Let's see, so we got 3 in here. Oh, what was I literally just talking about? Mr. Vampire. There it is. Mr. Vampire from Eureka Entertainment. And then we got Mr. Vampire 2, 3, 4, and Vampire vs. Vampire. So 4 more movies. The Hopping Mad Collection, because hopping vampires. And this one, which I've been wanting for a while, because it is the absolute most deluxe edition ever put out of this movie. From Lionsgate, really? Lionsgate in the UK, though. This is definitely Region B locked. So we have the most uncut version available of Dracula from 1958, also known as Horror of Dracula, starring Christopher Lee, the start of the Hammer Horror Dracula cycle in the Ultimate Edition. And this is a 3-disc set. And, yeah, it's crazy. It's got a Blu-ray, a DVD, and then a second disc of nothing but special features. Second DVD of nothing but special features. About 80 minutes worth. So that's pretty cool. Excellent. Let's see what's in this one. Let's see here. Oh. Okay. Who's this one from? This is from Rare Waves. Oh, I think this is, speaking of Hammer, is actually coming in a fairly logical order. Just give me a second here. Let me get these out. I've been wondering when these would arrive. Some of these import sellers take their sweet time. But let me just see which ones we have here. Yeah, so speaking of Hammer, now all of these films are in that 20-film set that Mill Creek put out. But this is Indicator, and Indicator really gives everything the royal treatment. So obviously I wanted to upgrade when the means provided. So we have the Snorkel. And, I mean, tons of special features on these. And a lot of them have alternate cuts and all kinds of stuff. So, the Snorkel, Never Take Sweets from a Stranger, also known as Never Take Candy from a Stranger in the U.S. The Full Treatment. A lot of these are some of their crime dramas. Cash on Demand. This is a great one. I've seen this one. Has Peter Cushing in it. And then a couple of Ray Harryhausen titles. We got The Seventh Voyage of Sinbad. And The Golden Voyage of Sinbad, which features Tom Baker as an evil sorcerer shortly before he became Doctor Who. Pretty cool. Next up, we have a box. Just open this up here. Right towards the leg. Directly in line with all the major arteries, right? Okay, what is this one we have? They send me like a sugar stick? That's exactly what this is. This is one of... God, I remember these things from when I was a kid. What? Oh my God. And one of these fortune teller miracle fishes. Oh my God, this is like old comic book stuff. That's crazy. Place fish in the palm of the hand, and its movements will indicate if it's moving its head, jealousy. If it's moving its tail, indifference. Moving head and tail, in love. Curling sides, fickle. Turns over, false. Motionless, dead one. Curls up entirely, passionate. Yeah, so it's this little plastic fish. Well, let's see. Place the fish in palm of the hand. The movements will indicate your fortune. Okay, so here we go. So we just place it in the hand. Okay. So is it moving its head? I guess it's moving its head. Its head went very erect. Okay, what does erect head mean? Moving head. Jealous. So, oh no, hold on. His tail's moving too. I swear I'm not trying to do anything. Here, hold on. Just put it there. Okay. Well, now it's dead. I killed it. All right, cool. So apparently I'm so jealous that I died. I don't know what I'd be jealous of. And you need to store it in its bag. It's so... What a random thing to pack in with a bunch of Blu-rays. Anyway, let's see which ones these are. Ugh. We got quite a stack here. This is a boutique label one. I've taken to ordering directly from the boutique labels a little more because, well, you tend to get a lot more bonus goodies when you do that. And, I mean, you're also supporting them directly, and they also tend to charge less than the third-party sellers do, so third-party sellers would have you believe that this and that is out of print, but you go to the boutique label's website and it's like, oh, they have thousands of them in stock. Like, well, what are you talking about? So this, I believe, is this Vinegar Syndrome? No. What is this one? Oh my god, this is Terror Vision. Holy shit, I have waited so long for this one to come in. So, I was close. Terror Vision is a new label put together by Brad Henderson, who was one of the founders of Vinegar Syndrome. Where'd my spongy thing go? Oh, there it is. And it specializes in obscure and exploitation horror. So, got a whole bunch of stuff here. So, we got Lost in the 80s, the Joe Zazzo collection. I fully expect you not to have heard of most of these things. And it includes 4 movies. It's only a... Calm down. It's only a movie, Maligno, Scream Book, and Scream Book 2, the next issue. So if I remember correctly, these are all like no-budget, shot-on VHS shitfests, which I can't wait to check out. And next up we have What Happens Next Will Scare You. And much like Vinegar Syndrome, these have really nice slipcovers. Your next click may be your last. Yeah. So this is like, what was it? Oh yeah, it's actually Halloween themed. While working late on their Halloween feed, a motley crew of clickbait journalists share their top 13 scariest viral videos. When an early entry curses the snarky hipsters, they must distinguish fact from fiction before a tidal wave of terrifying supernatural activity leads to real-life murder. From instructional exorcism tapes to Sasquatch dashcam encounters, director Chris LaMartina delivers a fearsome found-footage anthology loaded up with gore and giggles. Fans of WNUF Halloween Special take note. Everyone's favorite paranormal research couple, the Burgers, pop up to investigate a grisly teddy bear in a segment that pays loving homage to Leonard Nimoy's In Search Of series. I mean, that sounds awesome. That sounds like so much fun. So, obviously had to get that one. An Old Kung Fu Master with the slipcover. I had to get this one because the restoration effort that went into this thing was phenomenal, and it was one of those cases of just wanting to support the little guy a little bit. Plus, it looks like a fun movie. So, and I think Luke was interested in that because he loves kung fu movies. Yes, video violence. Could this happen at your video store? And Video Violence Part 2, the exploitation. I fucking love these covers, man. So good. So, too violent to rate. Excellent. Fantastic. Oh, yeah. So, Video Violence finds a normal and unsuspecting couple, Steve and Rachel, completely immersed in a town of blood-drunk crazies. Led by sickos Howard and Eli, these backwater psychopaths create and watch their own snuff films. One day, an unmarked tape shows up in the return bin of Steve's video store, and it's the town postmaster being savagely mutilated. Can it be real, or is it just a gag? He'll soon discover the horrifying answer. In Video Violence 2, the town crazies have graduated from gruesome basement antics to pirating a cable TV channel for the purposes of furthering their brand of homegrown depravity. With the help of do-it-yourself videos submitted by adoring fans, the sadistic hosts guarantee the bloodiest show on Earth. Again, just sounds batshit crazy and a lot of fun, so we'll enjoy that one. Nice little Halloween-themed one here. We got Hollow Gate. Very good. I'm going to have a nice little selection of Halloween-themed movies, actually. Love these slipcovers, too. And then, yes, and then the alternate cover there. Ah, an axe! And there we go. I should be keeping an eye on this because I think this is another shot on video. Yes, from 1-inch Beta SP. That's Beta Cam, not Beta Max, not to be confused. Beta Cam was the professional format. Then we have Srigala. A lot of these, I literally ordered these like a month ago and don't remember what half of them are. But a lot of them I just bought because they sounded... I don't know what to do about that zoom. We might just not even bother with it, but... Directed by and starring Corbin Burnson as well. Well, shit. Cool. And Larry Drake is in it. Oh my god. Well, yeah, obviously a lot of reasons why I got this. It sounds great. But then finally, we have a silent film from 1911, Dante's Inferno. So a very early kind of horror film. What? Why are we clutching our head in despair and agony again? What's going on? I'm so confused. Yes, Carlatin says no budget is my kind of shit. Well, you know what? Now I can rip Blu-rays. So all of these we can watch. So, yeah, there you go. 1911 Dante's. You think you've seen that one? Quite possibly, yeah. There's a couple different restorations on this. With some different tinting and stuff like that. So, very cool. Apparently quite impressive in terms of the effects they were able to do as well at the time. So there we go. So that's Dante's Inferno, and now I kind of understand why these were sent in there, because it's kind of a kooky label a little bit, as you can probably tell just from the titles. They like to have fun there. And Brad's a really good guy. I've chatted with him on Twitter a few times. I'll have to make a post of that. I'm sure he'll be delighted that those arrived. And other Terror Vision fans. We saved the biggest for last. All right. This isn't even close to everything, guys. We haven't even gone over there yet. This is just what's arrived in the past few days. It's been a little crazy. But, I mean, the way I see it is this is like the one-time big splurge. And then after this, we just kind of keep up to date with stuff, you know? And that's it. Holy moly. Okay. Jesus. Oh, finally. I've been waiting for this one. Make sure there's no boobs on it. Yes, okay. We have the Erotic Rites of Frankenstein, which I had to get this Region B edition. The one I was originally after was part of the Redemption Films collection from Kino Lorber. I was trying to get the rest of those that I didn't have. And sadly, their edition of that is really just freaking impossible to find. But this is a really nice edition that I'm pretty sure has everything that was on the Kino Lorber one. So, not too worried about that. Just kind of annoying I didn't get the official one. All right, more Hammer. I think this is the other Hammer box. More Hammer from Indicators. So we got The Terror of the Tongs. The Damned. I'm not going to go into super detail with these. There's just too many. Fanatic. Taste of Fear, also known as Scream of Fear. The Pirates of Blood River. Why aren't you know? Now you're not zooming. The Pirates of Blood River. Yes, that's Christopher Lee as a pirate. Arr. The other Sinbad movie, Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger. Whoops. Yesterday's Enemy. Fun fact: this is written by Peter Newman. I think, yeah, Peter Newman, who wrote The Censorites for Doctor Who. One single solitary Doctor Who story, and that was one of the few movies he wrote as well. Maniac. Curse of the Mummy's Tomb. Have we just pulled back even farther? Like, Alright, anyway. And The Stranglers of Bombay. It's easier when it zooms in. Okay, we'll look at that one after. And then we got, is this another Hammer one? Yes. The Camp on Blood Island. No relation to the Blood Island films from Hemisphere Pictures from a few years later. The Revenge of Frankenstein. Most of these are upgrades. The Old Dark House, because they were all on that Mill Creek set, but in like bare bones form. So this is like Indicator, where they give everything the deluxe edition, deluxe treatment. A lot of them have new transfers as well. The Gorgon. This is all Hammer, by the way. All Hammer. And the Two Faces of Dr. Jekyll. What else do we got here? All right, then we got a few box sets. These are more recent. Another George Romero rarity, actually. We have Bruiser, which just looks creepy. Look at that. So, yeah, so we got Bruiser. And this is another one. They've started re-releasing a lot of stuff from the Redemption Films collection in 4K with new extras and in deluxe hardbox packages. So, in addition to getting the original releases from Kino Lorber, I've been getting the re-releases from Indicator, and this is one of them. We have the Cold Eyes of Fear. Why do you zoom out when I hold it up? You're supposed to zoom in. AI, man. And finally, another one that's a re-release of a 4K re-release of one of the Redemption Films titles. We have The Rape of the Vampire. Yes. If you look this up on Amazon, it's listed as The of the Vampire. You can't even say it when it's just the title of something. Like, ridiculous. Anyway. Artificial incompetence, yeah. Ugh. So... Is this all Indicator? Yeah. All the Indicator stuff. Is this more? No. Okay. Holy moly. Ugh. Just a few titles from Indicator. Sorry to hear that, Scully. Well, I mean, you can always watch the glorious 4K VOD in the morning before I stream later in the day. So, you know, you can do that. I know, right? Carlatin says, Jesus, that one girthy Hammer package was at least $10. Yeah. Huh? Does what? What? What film? What are you talking about, 94 Coon? Says, what do you think about the latest videos by Spencer about the 1956 version of Invasion of the Body Snatchers? Oh, you're talking about the one by Spencer, Damn Fool Idealistic Crusader. I have not watched it yet. I've been a little busy. I haven't really had a ton of time for YouTube. But, I mean, I trust in his expertise, honestly. I mean, that guy knows his stuff, you know, when it comes to the technical side of things. And his knowledge about the varied editions is phenomenal. Really, really interesting stuff. And you're asking, does that film have 2 sequels? No, not really. It has a bunch of remakes. There was a remake in the 90s called, I think it was Invasion of the Body Snatchers, or Body Snatchers, The Invasion Continues, which makes it sound like it's a sequel, but it's actually not. It's a remake. You got the 1978 version, of course, which is just a straight-up remake of the 50s movie. And it's amazing. It's absolutely one of the best remakes of a horror movie ever done. The one with Donald Sutherland and Nancy Cartwright and Leonard Nimoy and Jeff Goldblum. I mean, it just goes on and on. It's just phenomenally good. And then there was, I think it was just called Invasion with Daniel Craig and Nicole Kidman, which was another remake. So there's been 4 versions that I'm aware of. I have all 4 of them in some form, but yeah. Gizmo says you'll keep them in business. Well, yeah. I mean, they certainly got a nice little boost this Halloween from me. So yeah, there's been a lot. It's going to be fun finding shelf space for everything. All right. So I'm going to get my food, and we're going to eat. I'm going to eat and weed, and then, wow, really? Is that long ago? Cold Eyes of Fear is number 279? What? I thought it just came out. Came out last year. Maybe they did a Blu-ray release before? I don't know. The reason I find that odd is Rape of the Vampire is number 400 in the Indicator catalog. These are all numbered, by the way. These are individually numbered limited editions. Most of them are 10,000. So it's 6,000 for the 4K, 4,000 for the Blu-ray. And 5,000 for Bruiser. I actually got a lower number on that one. It's quite nice. But yeah, no, it's some good stuff here, man. It's some good stuff, man. Some good stuff. The camera was getting a sneak shot of Chucky and Brad. He did. I think the camera has a little crush on Tiffany. What do you guys think? I mean, I can't blame him. As dolls go, she's a looker, but maybe he likes the ladies with a bit of sass, And we know Tiffany has some sass to spare. I mean, it's more like we're all just madly in love with Jennifer Tilly. So, yes, there was the '90s version, Scully. I did mention that. I mentioned them slightly out of order because I'm silly like that. Well, let's have some weed to go with my weed drink and all the food I'm about to eat, because protein. And we'll get progressively more high and stupid over the course of the updates until I don't even... Coochie coo? Just like crash zoom on my chest. You okay? All right. Seanward, eat and weed so we can see the mountain of Blu-ray. Didn't I just say I was going to do that? I'm literally doing that right now. Luke also sent a package. I couldn't do a package opening because of some of the contents of it were, well, they would be spoilers, actually. But we'll just say they were of a deeply personal nature. But he did send me a 4-pack of double-deckers along with that. There wasn't much in it. There was the one I showed you and another Blu-ray, which I can't show you because that would be the spoiler, so... You'll find out eventually. A double pack of Milky Ways. We got, I think there's 4 in here. We got Twix Extra. Fucking love Twix. And a Lion Bar. Which one is this? This is the Lion Bar Duo. One for now, one for later. Well, it's just, I guess it's just the basic one. I think that there's different, like, variations, much like, how Kit Kat does different variations and stuff. And there was also a Crunchy Bar, which I ate. So there you go. But that's not the food. That's snacks for later. Oh, that. 94 Kun says, when I said, does that film have 2 sequels, I was referring to the 1911 adaptation of Dante's Inferno. That I do not know. Is it right here? Yeah, let me just take a look. It might mention on the back, or it might include them if it does. I saw that. No. So it says this release includes... Oh, the TerrorVision is presenting a new 4K restoration from surviving elements of an over 100-year-old film that was one of the first of its kind and inspired countless filmmakers through the ages, giving us what we know and love today. This release includes a new commentary and 3 new scores created specifically for this release. The film is presented in black and white, but we also have a red tint version, giving it a more hellish look. Red tints were used at the beginning of the 20th century as an anti-copy system. Red colors were more difficult to shoot and couldn't be printed on film. This never-before-seen version was a copy of the international English version used across the world after the release of the movie in 1911. Therefore, the intertitles are in English. So there's the tinted version, which is TerrorVision's 2024 restoration. Then there's the red tint version, which was Redwood Creek's 2022 restoration. The black and white version, which is the Redwood Creek 2022 version modified by TerrorVision. And the black and white version, which is an alternate restoration / cut. Now, I don't think there's any difference in footage between those four versions. It's just differences in the tinting and such. But neat. That's pretty cool. And I got 3 new scores and a commentary track in terms of extras. Not a lot in terms of extras, but I mean, 4 versions of the movie. You can't go wrong there. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And that's one of the reasons I'm liking TerrorVision, is it's much like Vinegar Syndrome. Brad is running TerrorVision as, you know, as a fan, essentially, and as a film aficionado, and wanting to have, you know, a label that has an outlet for all these obscure gems that other labels just won't touch, you know, so. Scully says, and that is why I need to go to bed. My brain is not all there anymore. I thought you did go to bed. I know you're excited and you just want to hang out forever. And we will. We will hang out a lot this week. Don't worry. I'm back. I'm not going away. I'm not going away again. I'm not planning to buy thousands of dollars in equipment that's going to take a month to set up again for at least another year. Or at least a week, you know. So, yeah. All right, I got to go get my food. I'll be back. I haven't set up the Be Right Back screen yet. I knew I forgot something, so yeah. Bye. Got some health food tonight from Dairy Queen. Oh, you can imagine what it's been like with the recycle, having to it's cold now because it took me so long to get set up. Nah, you guys don't need to see the food. Yes, carry out. All right. So we got a mushroom Swiss burger. Let that be the last thing Scully hears before she goes to sleep. And I forget what it's called, like a bacon Texas Chipotle burger. I usually eat that one first. And then we have Oignon rings. Yes. It took me way longer than expected to get everything sort of going. So the food was just sitting there and going cold. So now I'm going to eat it. This one I'll save for later. I like to have a spare burger for the later in the evening munchies. I have to figure out how we're going to get the can. Well, I mean, I guess it'll reach. It's just going to be... Yeah. The problem I was having, again, as always, was with I had to get a USB extension cable, right? I'm wondering if it might be easier just to get a longer USB cable, because these webcams, the USB cable is not attached; it's detachable, so I can just get another one. So I think that's what I might do. Just try to get just a single longer cable, maybe like one that's powered as well, just to give it an extra boost, and then we can more easily bring the camera into the other room. Such a penis in the anus, man. So, Carlatin, you'll be happy to know I fired up Dead Space last night, tested out on the new rig, and I finished it. It was great. Had so much fun. No. But, got it all running. Confirmed. Full 4K. Oh, yeah. You're going to want to watch that one on YouTube. I may have also got some augmentation of some kind for the costume. Not in the game. I mean the one that I wear when I play. Yeah, not fake 4K like I was doing before. 1080 and then upscaling it to get the better bit rate. No. Hi, Wolfgang. I need a napkin. Hold on. So we're going to jump into some Fortnite this week for Fortnitemares. So my thinking is kind of like how we used to do the marathons. Do Fortnite for the earlier part, and then switch to scary games for the later part. Sound good? And then when it's even later, go watch stuff on Discord if we're still awake. Well, thank you. I appreciate that dedication, Kralad. He says, I purposely haven't seen the ending. Waiting for you still. Hey, Nickelodeon fan. Excuse me. You're on the Twitchiverse now. Excellent. Welcome to the Twitch side of the internet. I think Emily's going to try to steal my burger. Did the package arrive? Oh, yes, it did. It took me a second to remember what your real name was. It's like, I think this is Wolf Den. I'm pretty sure this is Wolf Den. Yeah, I'm positive this is Wolf Den. Well, I think it's Wolf Den. No, I'm pretty sure it's him. So, yes. Your initials are CH, correct? I won't say your name, obviously, because you don't want to. I don't want to blow your secret identity. Yes. Okay. So I was right. It was you. So yes, it did arrive, and I guess the reason I didn't say anything is because I haven't been here. I have not opened anything yet. Wait, it's not Wolf. Oh. Find out everyone's initials are CH. Like, damn it. Hannibal the Hannibal. The late, great Hannibal Lecter. Yes, that hero of the people who really existed. Hannibal Lecter. Totally a real person. Who's apparently dead, I guess. I don't know. So I guess you guys down south are going to have a new president in a couple weeks, eh? Exciting. I hope it goes well. Get those early votes in, if you can. You want to get another copy? I just picked up. I think you were here. I just picked up the 4K, just to upgrade it, because I mean it's one of my all-time favorite movies, and it's one I know I'm going to rewatch a million times. So might as well get the best quality version out there, you know. You know. Yeah, Scarlatin says, "Don't be a cuck and not vote." Did you tell us how you found out about the Roddenberry vote? There's no big story about it. I read about it when it came out. I thought it sounded interesting. I threw it in my cart and saved it for later. And then, was it 94 Kun? Was buying it, or bought it, and mentioned it in the Discord. And I was like, oh yeah, the Roddenberry vault. I'd forgotten about it. So I went back, found it in the cart, and it was on sale. It was like $19 or something. It was a pretty good price for it. So I thought, well, since I bought a whole bunch of other Star Trek stuff, filling in a lot of gaps in the collection, I might as well grab that as well. It's just got a lot of really cool behind-the-scenes and archival stuff on it. Oh, looks like she's going to come and get me. Okay. Yes. She watches over us. You own the 2006 Blu-ray? 2006? Wow. That must have been like the first Blu-ray release it ever got. I think that was the one that had the cover of the 20th anniversary DVD edition, right? See, that one, if I remember correctly, I didn't get for the same reason that I didn't get like Predator and Dawn of the Dead at the time and stuff like that, is because they had the same packaging as the previous deluxe DVD editions, but they didn't have all the same content. So to me, that was deceptive advertising, and I didn't want to have anything to do with it. So, yeah, so I never got those ones. RoboCop, I think I had that DVD edition for a little while. It was in a steelbook, if I remember correctly. I either saw it or I either saw it around a lot when it was out, or I bought it. I can't remember if I actually owned it. I may not have actually owned it, but I do remember seeing it around quite a bit. Excuse me. And I thought it was a pretty neat edition. I did have the Criterion Laserdisc when that first came out, which at the time was the only way you could see the unrated cut, which is pretty cool. They later released that on DVD. Skinslip sent me the DVD a while back in a package. So definitely appreciate that. It's nice to have the Criterion edition back in the collection in some form. That was an early DVD as well, but a really nice quality one. The Criterion was very on the ball with like bitrate and stuff like that. No surprise there. But and then what else? I don't know if I still have the RoboCop Laserdisc. I may have sold that one. That could be why Skinslip sent me the DVD. But anyway, I what else was it? Trying to think. I did pick up the RoboCop trilogy that I guess MGM put out a while back, and it still had that old transfer of RoboCop on it, but it had new transfers of 2 and 3 because I think that was the first time they had been released on Blu-ray. So those ones had okay transfers. But then really the big good one to get was the Arrow set that they put out. So I got the Blu-ray set of that, the limited edition, and then just upgraded it to 4K. I mean, I'm still going to keep the old set, obviously, because it has all the extras and nice packaging and stuff. But I at least wanted to get the movie in 4K. So, yeah. And I can tell you, I just rewatched it fairly recently, actually. And I watched the Arrow version, and I can honestly tell you it looks amazing. Like, I don't think the movie's ever looked that good. So, yeah. Thumbs up. Gets my recommendation. It was 2010, okay, and has yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. He said 2010, the RoboCop trilogy Blu-ray set, which has the 2006 Blu-ray. Yeah, I can't remember if I still have, it might be in my, my overflow / to be sold eventually bin. I think I kept it mainly for the sequels. I'm pretty sure I got a different Blu-ray edition at some point, but yeah, the Arrow one is fantastic, and then I upgraded the others as well. I got the Shout Factory releases of 2 and 3, and 2 just got a 4K upgrade as well from Shout Factory. So, you know, The Hitcher. I have not seen that in a long time. That was one I contemplated getting, actually, but other stuff took precedence. Where a 64 artist or a 94 artist says, "What do you think about the use of the VHS release for Alien Romulus?" I think it's pretty cool. I know there's a few genre films that have done that in recent years. It's one of those things, though. I mean, like, I still have functioning VCRs because, you know, I'm a media junkie, and I'm also planning to capture more of my VHS tapes. But how many, like, average people out there have a functional VCR anymore, you know? Like, I just wonder, like, how many people are even going to be able to play that thing? And most collectors, I think, they're just going to buy it just to have it. They're never going to watch it. But I do think it's neat that they did that. Ideally, I'd love it if they went like super old school with the package design. Make it like an old CBS Fox box or something. Because I used to have the old VHS releases of the first 2 movies anyway. Yeah, just to have, Hunter. And he says I pick up cheap VHSs of my favorite movies here and there. Holy shit, duderly conduct. The prodigal son returns. He says, I refuse to believe this is current Zaranyzerak. You're the one from the past who came into the future from 2 guys on an effects box. Where's Zaranyzerak Prime? You'll never know. We like to swap around a little bit once in a while. Just kind of keeps things fresh and interesting, you know. Oh, boy. You lent out your VHS player, Gizmo? Because I lent mine out to a friend maybe 8 years ago. Still haven't got it back. Hunter does have a VHS player to watch. Of course we do. Like, people like us do, because we're just nuts for this sort of thing, you know? So, Oh, Chucky. Due to the context, as I've been playing that character a lot in Dead by Daylight. Very nice. I finally picked up the movies. I got the Arrow collection of the movies, which turned out to be just a waste of time because it's literally just a repackage of the Scream Factory versions. But it's cheaper overall, so that was why I got it. Anyway, got that and the TV series and the 4K of the first one from Scream Factory just to round out the collection properly. I still have not sat down and watched them. I've actually only ever seen the first movie. Can you believe that? And I've seen it several times. I just never got around to watching the sequels. So that's one of my goals for this Halloween season, which I guess will have to be in like the next week, is to sit down and watch all the Chucky movies and the show and just like go Chucky mad. I do have a pinball table for Pinball M on the PS5, which is a horror-based pinball game. And they did a Chucky table, and it's so much fun. The Chucky table is great on that, so we'll have to fire that up again. Maybe even tonight. Maybe we'll just play a little PS5 tonight, you know, before we get too heavy into the PC games. Although I did pre-install about 400 PC games. Including a bunch of VR games. By the way, the PSVR to PC thing doesn't work very well. The biggest pain in the ass is whichever device you want to use, PC or PlayStation, you have to repair the controllers every single time you switch devices. So I bought a Vive. It's like, fuck that noise. I need proper PC VR. So we got a Vive Elite XR. And, problem solved. The big thing I like about the Vive, being a glasses wearer, is it has individual diopter adjustments for the viewers for both eyes. So you can literally focus it to, as you know, pretty close approximation of your prescription. So basically, I'm seeing virtual reality with greater clarity than I see real reality. It's kind of crazy. Do a Chucky watch-a-thon in Discord. That could be fun. I can't watch my 4Ks then if we do that. Because I can only stream DVD or Blu-ray unless I have a RIP. But even then it's pointless because I can't stream in 4K on Discord. I can only do 1080. I gave the server a boost the other day to ensure that we could do full 1080 streams. Gizmo says, can you wear any of them while wearing glasses? Not comfortably, no. They're really not designed for glasses. One nice thing about the Vive, though, is it's very much a modular system. So you can actually add other visors to it for different things. This one's like just a nice soft felt one. Right now, I think I just have the default one on there. But, and it comes with a replacement foam. So, that's pretty cool. But that's why I say, I mean, one of the big deals with the Vive was the fact that you could actually focus each eye individually. So, I'm nearsighted, but I need things to be about, you know, a certain distance away. If they get too close, they get fuzzy. If they're too far, they get really fuzzy. So it's kind of a sweet spot. So by having the individual focuses, you close one eye, focus, close the other eye, focus. It allowed me to focus to the point where I could see that sweet spot, So pretty cool. A lot of Arrow titles, any mainstream titles. Fuck the mainstream. Any mainstream titles. Well, yeah, I got The Matrix, I got American Werewolf in London, Dune, Smile, Longlegs, Real Genius, Airplane, Airplane 2, Doctor Who, whole lot of Hammer. I don't know. What do you consider mainstream? But we haven't gone over there yet. There's like a whole shelf full of stuff over there that we're going to get to. The only reason it was mostly Arrow today, and Indicator, is because that's what came in today. That's Dune 84. I have the other ones in 4K as well. That's the 1984 movie. Yeah. Yeah, and this had all the extras that were on the deluxe edition too. But I didn't get the deluxe edition because that was a release that Arrow really dropped the ball on and kind of screwed the fans on. So I wasn't going to support it. But the catch-22 is I also wanted the movie in 4K, so I was like, well, I'll get the standard edition then. So they won't get as much money from me. They are great. Yeah, I really like the Sci-Fi Channel miniseries too. I was fortunate in that when I bought it, they had just released the director's cut on DVD. So they released the director's cut twice. There was the original release with a nicely embossed cover. I used to have that. I gave it to my dad as a gift. So then I repurchased it later. It was a slimmed down re-release version, but otherwise the same content. But I noticed they labeled some of the discs wrong. But the content on the discs was correct. So that's fine. And sadly, the director's cut has never been re-released again. Oh, there's the international cut, which was shown over in the UK and is on most of the Blu-rays. But it's still not the director's cut. There's still several minutes of footage that are not in that version, that are only in the director's cut. And with something like Dune, I want as much as you can possibly give me, because it is such a massive world and a massive story. I want as much of it as they filmed, so. Oh, this wall isn't even all of it. The horror section isn't even in there. The horror section is over there. The Doctor Who section is over here. That's going to go back there eventually, though. Behind Emily, actually. Yes, 94 Kun, I have some Nickelodeon DVDs. I'm not going to tell you which ones. I'm not here to talk about Nickelodeon today. Go watch all of my update videos, and you'll see some. Oh, and package openings, because I got a lot sent to me, too. Well, a few. But I don't have a lot. Like, the only thing I really bought myself was the SpongeBob stuff. And even then, I only have the first 100 episodes. I didn't get the second or the third set's coming out soon as well. And they're also doing I think just a 300 episodes series that compiles all of them. So, it's crazy. Oh, very nice. Horizon says, I've been into your channel since 2018. Been a fan of the box sets and closer looks. Yes. That was one reason I wanted to do a big splurge this Halloween as well, is I kind of ran out of box sets. There was still a bunch I wanted to get anyway, just to have. But in terms of doing closer looks, I ran out of box sets. So I was having to get creative with the content there and figure, well, I'll pull, like, sections of my collection out and do a closer look at that. Like, here's all my Akira stuff. Here's all my RoboCop stuff, and, you know, things like that. So, speaking of Dune, what was wrong with the other edition? Nothing in terms of the transfer or anything like that. It wasn't that. It was the fact that they took pre-orders for that set. And one of the big things that was going to be included was a feature-length documentary about the making of the movie, featuring a lot of never-before-seen behind-the-scenes stuff and interviews and things like that. So the documentary was being produced concurrently with the, you know, everything Arrow was doing for the release. But the documentary was being produced by a third party. As it turns out, that third party needed a little bit more time to finish the documentary, and they were not able to meet the release date of the set. Rather than push the set back a little bit, Arrow really wanted to time it with the theatrical release of the new Dune movie for obvious reasons, but still, people pre-ordered it expecting certain content. They did not push the date. They did not push back the release date to accommodate the documentary, and instead opted to just not include the documentary. So that was like one of the big centerpieces for the extras in that set. One of the big selling points for the extras in that set. And they just decided to pull it. Oh, but wait. It gets better. So they did not reduce the price of the set for those that had pre-ordered it, despite the fact that they were now paying for something that was not what was originally advertised. And then, a few months after the release, hey, the documentary was done. And they put it on their streaming service. There was no physical disc option offered for anyone who pre-ordered the set. The only way you could watch the documentary was on their streaming service, which you have to subscribe to. So, yeah, just kind of fucky all around, right? So I was like, wow, Arrow, what the actual fuck? My belief in you is shaken now. You know, like, what a shitty thing to do. So that's one reason why it took me this long to buy it. I didn't want to pay full price for it. I didn't even want to buy it from Arrow. I wanted to get it from a third-party seller just to, But, I mean, it was such a small drop in the bucket in this very large bucket of drugs. I mean, movies. That I figured, what the hell, and it was on sale. It's part of the sale, so I was like, well, fine, we'll get the standard edition, because I really just want to have the movie. Because the only other version of Dune that I had was the old studio release, which is not a great transfer. It's just not a great, it just doesn't look good. I can't remember specifically what it was. It might have been some DNR, it just doesn't look good. It looks rough, Like, they didn't really put much effort into it. So I definitely wanted the upgrade. And the other thing was no extended cuts. It's only the theatrical cut and nothing else. So, to really add insult to injury, around the same time this came out, there was a German release that came out a little later. The German release has that documentary. It also has the extended TV cut, the Alan Smithy cut. It also has the latest version of the Spice Diver cut, which is a fan edit that incorporates even more additional footage. It's a really good fan edit, too, might I add. It also included a reprint of the Marvel Comics comic adaptation, which has never been reprinted before. So, yeah. Anyway, good luck finding that set now. It was super limited, and it was expensive when it came out. Never mind what you're going to pay for it on the aftermarket. But, yeah, that German set was the way to go, for sure. I think it was Dune der Worsten Planet, I think it's called. It's just the worst planet. You don't want to go there. But, yeah. Do you know how many films you actually own on disc? And do you keep a list to know what you have? I don't know how many films I have specifically. Like, if you're talking individual titles, or if you're talking individual discs, I mean, a lot of those TV show sets would bump those numbers up pretty quick. But, you know, if we're including a complete series set as one title, yeah, I don't know. I haven't done a count in quite some time. But, I mean, it's got to be a couple thousand by now, I'm sure. But, a lot. What was this, Hunter? Hunter says this sounds like the bullshit that they went through with the Columbo box set. What happened there? I thought that was fairly straightforward. Kino just licensed it from Columbo. From Universal, and called it a day. But, you have a Blu-ray account, like Blu-ray.com, or, yeah, I have an account there. I don't really use it for much, though, but, oh, I see. Hunter says Kino was going to do a bunch of extras for it. Oh, really? And then canceled them at the last minute and put out the set. What? Well, that's disappointing. I almost bought that one in the sale, too. But I didn't. I figured, well, I don't think this is going to be going away anytime soon, so I'd like to focus on horror stuff right now. I'll do a Private Eyes run at some point. I want to get Columbo. I want to get the Magnum PI set. There's a few others a few other DVD ones actually I'd like to get. They just don't have Blu-ray releases. Like Matt Houston. Matt Houston was great. Starring Lee Horsley, who most of you might know from The Sword and the Sorcerer. Ha! Tony Opriano says, side note, I bought an Annabelle doll last week and now my wife hates me. Says Universal. That's weird, because I mean, I got the impression that Universal was pretty chill when it came to licensing their stuff. They just seemed to license it out to anybody. You know, they licensed a bunch out to Scream Factory, a bunch to Mill Creek, and now a bunch to Kino Lorber. Like, they're just like, yeah, whatever. It's cool. We do some extras? No. Just some? No. No extras. Okay, then. God damn it. Hi, Toon Man. Or should I say Troll Man. Says, so, stream Doctor Who. Wait a minute, we just have a command called Toon Man 1984 to advertise Toon Man 1984's channel. Do we not have the shout out thing? I guess we don't. I probably don't have that configured right now. Luke, this is Razor Wire Ryan's official command. Oh, because he was bummed out that he didn't have a command. Oh, and there's Toon Man. Oh, no, there it is. We got the shout out. I need to set up the clips so when we do the shout out, it should trigger a clip from that person's channel, of which I'm sure there are at least 6 on Toon Man's channel. Mostly from me. Shout out was given to Toon Man Plays. Well, thank you. That was a good burger. You bought an Annabelle doll, eh? Cool. I wonder if she'd like to play with Chucky. I mean, they're about the same size, right? Isn't this awesome? Actually, Cass, he'd probably like this because, of course, Cass had the original My Buddy doll when he was a kid, which is what Chucky was inspired by. So, there you go. You bought a good guy doll, Tony, as well? Nice. I was going to say, if you're going to get the dolls, you got to have Chucky in there somewhere. Gizmo's like, oh, fuck having that in the house. My buddy, wherever I go, he goes, my buddy, my buddy. My friend Tom thought that the lyric was, whatever you know, he knows. Whatever you know, he knows. Yes, well, Jonker, they didn't have one of those. So that was not an option. The only other one they had was, there was a smaller one that was a talking Chucky. And he had more kind of like the scarred up face. But I think it was like an animatronic, which was cool. But I didn't. There's something off about the design. It just didn't quite look right. Whereas this one is basically picture perfect. I mean, it's the original. Hey, Opal Sorcha, how's it going? Oh God, just now, Two Man says I had to go find the part in the 1992 Toronto trip where I sang the My Buddy theme while showing him off. And I had no idea what sound Grover made, so I just shook him and went, hey. Totally. Yeah, they had Annabelle dolls there as well. I thought about getting one of those, but again, they looked a little off. It was the Annabelle doll, kind of from before she went evil. I want the evil Annabelle because I think she just looks cooler. I don't want the nice, because the nice Annabelle just looks weird to me. You know, if you've seen the origin story, but yeah. Curlat and Cass on the case, and Cass says there's a lot of archives to my life that I can fact check. Yes. Was Emily evil in Corpse Bride? No, absolutely not. It's a love story, dude. It's a love story. The guy, there's the guy, Victor, and then there's her. They're both the main protagonists. with their own issues. I still need to watch the movie. I know bits of it. But, which was, it's a cool design, but I prefer the normal doll look. The Stitch look makes him less scary. Oh, I see. Jocker says, I've never really been huge on the Stitch Chucky. I mean, I always, like I said, I still haven't seen the movies, but, I mean, I always just assumed it's battle damage, essentially. He's just, like, literally just trying to hold his face together. So it doesn't fall apart. But I agree. Like, I think the fact that the original just looks so innocent, you know. I mean, that's freaking terrifying. He's staring right into your soul, you know? Like, come on. You saw him slightly in silhouette in the middle of the night when you get up for a pee. You wouldn't be peeing in the toilet. You'd be peeing on the floor right where you're standing. Or maybe on the ceiling if you've got, you know, nighttime wood. Did I move to a new place? No. Not for about a decade. Tony says, my wife says I get weird this time of year, and I'm like, don't be a little by spookiness. It's the best time of year. Yes, quite. Yeah, and Jonkler says, exactly. You see a doll with a skinless, exposed eye and sliced stitches and holes in his getup. That's a sus-ass doll. Well, yeah. Like, you kind of immediately know where you stand with that doll. It's like, okay, that doll's into some fucked up shit. I can just tell by looking at him. But you see this friendly little fellow. I mean, you're gonna be none the wiser. He's gonna sneak up on you and cut you to ribbons when you least expect it. You know. And I mean, that was kind of the thing that he was doing in the first one, is he was being all sweet and innocent to stay hidden, you know. But really, Chucky is, you know, Charles is not a nice man. Jonker says that's like the doll you put on the shelf in a closet. Yes, and then it just disappears one day. And you swear you didn't move it. And you turn around and it's standing behind you. And then, you know, cue the Goosebumps theme, I guess. Then you find out it was stolen, Carlatin says. Is that the scariest thing you could come up with? It was stolen. You bought a doll that was stolen. Ooh! Terrifying. I want to tell ghost stories with you around a campfire, Carlatin. You're good at this. What was this? Oh, Great Rich. Yeah, you mentioned that before. He says, I can pinpoint the minute in Child's Play when young me went from, oh, fuck, to, how the hell? Okay, cool. Well, this is a valid point that I cannot contest. Carlatin says, theft is scary. Money down the drain. Yeah, I know. Thoughts on the different adaptations of The Haunted Mansion, 94 Coon asks. Well, I don't really have any, because I've only seen the old one with Eddie Murphy, which I thought was alright. It's fun. I mean, mostly it was just fun seeing some of the stuff from the ride brought to life, but I thought the story was kind of meh. It was alright. It served its purpose. I have a standee from it in my bedroom. Yeah, money down. That's just called taxes, Glenn. Yeah. I don't mind paying taxes within reason. We still got to live. But we also want those potholes fixed. And for the fire department to actually show up when we burn our houses down. So, you know, some taxes are good. All right, have a good night, Tony. Thanks for stopping by. I hope to be back to more regular streams from now on. Oh, I am aware, Toon Man. I am aware. Says also, jokes aside about me bothering you with things. Reminder that I'd like to borrow you next Saturday to move some of your stuff into the heated storage and organize the big storage a bit. I'll be up there mid-morning as I have to be back home by 4-ish for D&D with friends. Okay, cool. Classic horror's been getting a lot of love in recent years in games, says Jonkler. Shame about the forced online stuff, but like Friday the 13th, the game, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Evil Dead, and Dead by Daylight, and Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Yes, for sure. You booked a van? Excellent. I have to pee. I'll be back.
Crimson_Cross just resubscribed for 85 months.
It's actually going to go out for a post-burger smoke, and then when we come back, I thought I'd give you the grand tour of the new workstation here. We won't be able to see anything behind this stack of Blu-rays, but I'll show you everything else. Anyway, yeah. Oh, hey, Crimson Cross, 85 months. Holy moly. Thank you so much, dude. And thank you for the like an hour ago on Facebook, Darren DeFronzo. Appreciate that. So let everybody know if you want to see the stream in all its high-quality glory. You might want to check it out on YouTube, because YouTube allows you to view it in full 4K. It's very pretty. That said, my webcam is 1080, so even what you're seeing right now isn't as good as it looks. But I thought, since I want to go for a smoke and I don't have the clips thing set up yet, I do have a dance break set up. So why don't we listen to a tune while I go and have a smoke. Now let me just double check here. I just need to make sure that I have the right... I think we'll put that one on. You can't even see it. You have no idea what's about to happen. Oh, this is wonderful. This is exciting. Okay. Which one do we want? Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do. Boop-a-doo-boo. Just stare at the dancing girls. The dancing girls. Newfound love for a horror classic. Which one? Oh, Killer Clowns? Yeah. Very cool. Boop-a-doo-boo. What do we got here? See what I have for game music. Game music. I'm fine. Boop-a-doop-boop-boo. Sorry, I didn't have a song in mind. I was like, let's take a dance break. And I didn't have any music queued up or anything. Like, wow, great. Good job, host. Really good job. Come on. Okay, hold on. So let's do get rid of that. We'll put in that. We'll put in that. We'll do a couple songs just so I can kind of get sorted here. Come on. Oh my god, come on already. It's that fucking Windows 11 thing just taking forever to index. I don't know why. I think it's this one. Yes. Well, we'll try that. We'll see how these ones do. Alright, so about 9 minutes of music. I'm going to go smoke. And you guys enjoy the dance break. Here we go. hold that thought. I just need to refill on my drink. Put about another 20 pounds worth of cat in there. Got oil all over my fries. Now the fries will get you high. Hey, thanks, Duncan. I don't have the alert box on the dance screen, for obvious reasons. Just hold on a sec. You guys got to see these subs here. We had 85 months from from Crimson Cross, and we just got
Large 6,502 just resubscribed for 70 months.
70 months of Duncan. Just stirring up the iced tea. And it looks like that's the last of the oil. Good thing I bought 2 more of those today. Hope you packed your parachute. I know, right? So what do you guys think of the new lighting? So that a little more moody, a little nicer. Actually, we got one more we can put on.
Bluetooth mode.
There we go. Let's do purple. You can't really see there. But it floods the room quite nicely now, eh? And then I have the light in front of me, just a white light that illuminates the desk and my face, but doesn't interfere with the background. So that's pretty cool. Thank you, Duncan. Duncan says, I like the new camera angle. Excuse me. I was going to say, because you can see more gear from this angle. But, yes. Oh, it's still going. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, if you guys want to see the 4K, yeah, I think she was moving constantly while those lights were flashing. She reacts to movement, so I guess she just likes to party. You know, she likes to dance. So let's see here. I was going to say, if you guys really want to see the 4K in action, if you're on, especially if you're on YouTube, and have the bit rate for it, let's find something here. And for anyone who wasn't here at the beginning, let's see what we got here. Do. How long is that one? It's like 5 minutes. That's not too bad. Just thinking something nice and techno-y. I like techno-y things. Boop-a-doo, boop-a-doo. I don't think that one's loud enough. We need something loud and obnoxious. Maybe an Amiga tune. Let's go with an Amiga tune. What we got for Amiga tunes? I'm still alive. I'm just in the zone. Hold on. Oh, ho! There. All right, what we got here? Oh, I know. Perfect. Hold on. Not that one. Fuck off. Stupid piano. No, we want this one. Alright, you guys want to see what the 4K can do? I hope you're watching on YouTube, because that's the only place you're going to see it, unless you're watching the VOD later. Alright, here we go. Hope you got the bandwidth for this, folks. This is going to be fun. Check it out. Well, I'm spent. I don't know about you. So what'd you think of that? If you were watching it in 4K. Duncan apparently put it down to 144p just for fun. So, excellent. And greetings, Tidbit Kid and Dirt. Says, I found you from your 5-minute Ghostbusters clip of the game glitching. Nice. If you search my videos for glitch, I also search my shorts for glitch. I always try to put glitch somewhere in the title whenever I find a funny glitch somewhere. I've got a bunch of them from all different kinds of games. So enjoy. If you like glitches, I might do a playlist of those. I think that would be well received. What was it? I was in a video recently about Fortnite. Someone used a clip of one of my glitches. I have no complaints about that. I don't think there was any attribution, but that's okay. It was just fun to be in there. And if people wanted to find it, I mean, they could find it easily enough. It was like, it was a Chapter 2 glitch. Carlatin says, nice visuals, and I was watching here. Oh, okay. So really, YouTube, not a single comment about that whole presentation. So just to give you guys some idea, let me bring you down here for a sec. This is gonna be fun. Oh yeah, tangled around everything, of course. Anyway, to give you some idea, enjoying my pores. Hold on. Oh. I guess I can give you the little tour here. So this is the new Stream Deck. It's quite large. So you see I have a disco ball here. You can't really see, but disco ball. This is the dance party screen. So it's an entire page of basically of video backgrounds, like DJ loops for the dance party, and then on top of that, and it's all in terms of speed, like in terms of tempo, it starts at the slowest and ends with hyper speed. Yeah, and I had to do each of those thumbnails individually, by the way, by basically taking a still from the video, okay, and then cropping it into a perfect 1-to-1 square ratio in order to fit the button properly. So that was fun, doing 30-something times. Anyway, the nice thing is I just push a button. Oh, look, there we are. Oh, where's the visualizer? Well, there isn't one because we're not listening to music right now, dummy. Anyway, yeah. I can actually set it to pick up just my voice from the I could have that going all the time. But the visualizer is a bit of a pain in the ass because it takes over pretty much this entire screen. I have it pushed to the back at the moment. But the nice thing is it runs in the background. Like you can actually see it is running in the background there. You can see a little bit of it there on the screen. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, and then it's set to change. You can set a list of them. So it's set to change once every 60 seconds. So, there you go. This was a paid package I got through Steam. It was basically a whole bunch of different visualizers, and then I actually have it. They aren't transparent, so I have the black backgrounds chroma keyed out. Pretty simple to do, and I think it looks pretty good. And then yeah, so we just have that on top of all of these, so I can just flip between the backgrounds, and the visualizer remains in place. So there you go, a little bit of a peek behind the curtain there. So what all do we have here other than a frickin' mess of fast food and junk food and stacks of Blu-rays? Well, a few things. Let's take the little tour here, shall we? So I guess, well, first off, 55-inch 4K TV. The aforementioned light that I was talking about, it also has a light on the back that illuminates the wall, so I kind of have glowiness everywhere here. This is a 43-inch 4K TV that I got. Really, the only purpose this serves is doing other things while I'm watching a movie here, or monitoring the stream, like having Streamlabs up here while I'm doing other things here. Like, for example, the visualizer likes to take over this screen. So, but yeah, anyway. And then we got a SteelSeries mechanical keyboard. We actually have 2 of those, one for each PC. We have I can't really see too well. Anyway, we have a Denon receiver, just a cheap one, just so I could have something to plug the Blu-ray players into and actually have sound without too much fuss. Blu-ray players, got a region-free Sony on top. Funny, we were just talking about that's a printer. Let's go down a level. There we go. Blu-ray players, got a region-free Sony on top and a Panasonic 4K on the bottom. Next to that, we have 2 Asus Blu-ray burners. Very nice. Up top, we've got the Vive. That's the Vive Elite XR and the 2 controllers. Just have an external hard drive and just some other flotsam and jetsam there. Ugh. This might get a little bumpy. Hold on a sec, folks. Gotta feed you through some stuff here. Okay, here we go. We're getting the aerial view. Are we good? Holy shit. Okay, we're good. All right, and what else could you possibly want to know about? I don't know. Oh, the lights. Yeah, so these are the lights. It's basically light bars. They came with their own stands. There's one. So I got one illuminating the back, one illuminating the room here, essentially. Which you can kind of see if I can get the angle right. Yeah, you can see that blue from that one light bar basically fills the entire room. And because it's blocked off, like there's black at the back, like if you see the other one there, you can see it's black on the back, which means it actually blocks off the light. So it's very directional. So I can have the other one pointing in that direction, flooding the back with red, and we kind of have like a split right between them, right? So that's something I'll be making use of when we start filming stuff over in the horror section there. So just to have different lighting for different situations and such. So that's pretty cool. So the big computers here. This is the Game Beast. And it is an i9. What are the specs on this thing here? It is an i9. I forget how it registers the cores in this. It's like 24 cores or something ridiculous like that. Yeah, 3.2 gigahertz, 32 gigs RAM, and an RTX 4090 with 24 gigs of graphics memory for the GPU. And then down here, exactly the same thing. These are both twins. They're both the same. The difference is this is the workhorse. This is the main computer. This is what we're streaming off of right now. This is very, very strictly for 2 things and 2 things only. Games and 3D movies. That's right. You can watch 3D movies with the Vive. That took some figuring out, by the way, but I got it to work, and I've got it down pretty much to a science now. So, yeah. And might I add, 3D looks perfect in that thing, because it does it as side-by-side rather than polarized, which means each eye is getting a clear image. Like you're not seeing it through a lens or a filter or colors or anything. It's just you're getting like perfect images in each eye. Like the way you would normally see things in the world, right? So you see the most perfect 3D you can possibly see. So I just put on a selection of stuff. I took a look at a bit of Friday the 13th Part 3, or as I like to call it, sticking things in your face for 90 minutes. because they really go haywire with the 3D gags in that movie, and that's one of the things that's so fun about it, and why you really want to see that one in 3D. It's almost like a frickin' ride film. There's so many 3D gags in it. What else? Oh, House of Wax. House of Wax was the first one I looked at, because I wanted that to be the first one I looked at, because it was the first 3D film I ever saw. And holy shit, I was in Victorian England with Vincent Price. You know, it was incredible. Like, the quality of it was amazing. And yes, Gizmo, I cannot tell a lie. I had to check out some 3D porn as well. And boy, let me give you a breakdown of my top 10 faves. No, but I gotta wonder, when they do porn based on, like, video game characters or anime characters, why do they always give them, like, a 3-foot tall dick? Am I just looking in the wrong section? I don't know. But anyway. What do I need all that power for? Right, you're new here. Because this is what I do for a living. So this means I can be more efficient with my, content creation, essentially. If I need to, like, all three, there's a third computer as well, which is down here. Let me just, where the heck is the power button? There it is. Can I power you on? Are you unplugged? Anyway, that one isn't, like, fully set up, but it's another system. This is a lower powered system. It's an i7 with an RTX 4060. This one, and it's also got a card in it with FireWire connections. Wow, you guys can't see jack shit in there, but anyway, hold on a second. I just had a think, because I forgot. These lights are also battery powered, and the battery lasts for hours and hours and hours, which means I can position them wherever I want with a minimum of fuss. So, for example, let's, hold on, where is it? Yeah, that one. Let's do this. Sure, that works. Just a nice aquamarine blue. Now you can actually see down here. Oh, look, there's a computer there. Holy shit, I couldn't tell in the darkness. And we also have a rack. On the top, you can see my old audio mixer. Middle shelf, VCR. Bottom shelf, VCR. And next to it, I got some accessories. One of which is a VHS head cleaner somewhere. I think it's this one. The blue is making everything different colors, of course. It's an orange box and it looks green. But anyway, and some accessories to go with the camcorders and such. So, yes, Claratin says lower performing but modded to the max for maximum mid efficiency. Well, this is strictly the capture computer. So again, dedicating resources strictly to specific tasks. So this one will be used strictly for capturing. It's got a 2 terabyte system drive and an 8 terabyte storage drive, both SSDs. Actually, I was kind of amused that the system drive in that one isn't even an M2, which I thought was kind of the standard nowadays, but it is not. It's just a regular SSD, but it doesn't matter because it's just going to be used for capturing, and it doesn't need to be. It's overpowered for what it's doing, honestly. And this, yeah. So this is the workhorse. So this will be done. This is where the streaming is done. The capture card is in here. And this will be the main one for editing videos. And then this one is strictly for gaming. Again, to dedicate all the system resources to whatever game we're playing, dedicate all the system resources to streaming said game. So that allows me to have everything cranked. So stream quality cranked, game quality cranked, because I'm using the full resources of both systems for those very specific tasks, right? So if you're going to be a streamer, at the very least, get yourself 2 PCs. You know, get at the very least, you know, get your super powerful one for your games, and then it doesn't have to be the same for streaming. I just, you know, it just made more sense to me for what I need to have them both the same. But and then one can be a backup for the other, or you know, in case one of them fails, I've got one of equivalent power that I can use if I need to, and then, you know, could relegate this one to be the streaming computer. You know what I mean? Like, so it's kind of it's future proofing, and it's dividing the resources to prolong the life of all the machines, and also just lets me do more stuff more efficiently. So, for example, I've got behind a lot of those movies there, I can't really show you too well because we're in the dark, but behind a lot of those movies there is VHS tapes that I need to capture. And the thing is, if I'm streaming full-time and doing YouTube, when the hell am I going to have time to devote capture time to either one of these machines, right? So it just made sense to get the third one to handle all of that. So that's why. So I hope that makes a little more sense. And then basically got this big rack, very similar to the T-trolley that the old TV is on. I'm not sure where that is. Over there. It's in the dark. You can't really see it too well. But, yeah, and the same type that... they're all the same type of design, this chrome design. But works really well. The... originally, I was going to put the computers more kind of lengthwise on the shelves, but the shelves didn't feel very strong that way. And there wasn't really any way to make them kind of stable. So, in the end, I decided to put them on the edge here, because they have all the strength and support of the corners and the bars of the shelving unit, right? So it's just got way more support and, you know, more kind of, you know, better distribution of the weight, I think, across the shelf. This is on big caster wheels as well, so it's actually quite easy to move it away if I need to. The only catch is, of course, I have all the wires underneath that to keep them out of the way. So there's few wires. Remember how many wires there used to be back here? Yeah, it's basically the same, if not more, but they're tucked away over here now. And also, the big important thing for me was to keep the computers off the fucking floor. And just that alone, they've accumulated so little dust compared to what they usually would accumulate, stuffed in the corner there right on the floor. Cats running by all the time. And then, same with this one. I actually, you know, it's just on its own over here. I got a little stand for that, too, to keep it off the floor, with wheels. Everything has wheels, by the way. I made sure of that. I'm old. I like things to be able to move around easily. It was a pain in the ass just to move this desk out to set up things. So, yeah, I also have these sort of monopods in the back. They're mounted. They're actually mounted to the desk. And the idea is just to have a couple of alternate places for cameras or lighting. I did try putting my big Elgato key light on there, but it was just too heavy, honestly, and I did not feel comfortable putting a big heavy item suspended in the air at an angle over my big expensive 4K TV. You know, like, no, that's a disaster waiting to happen. And there was some other things too, which I'll demonstrate another time, perhaps. Just some various attachments I was trying, and it seemed better. It was better in theory than it was in practice, you know. So abandoned those ideas. But I do like having these in the back, because it does give us some options for you know, camera placement. And these AverMedia cameras are pretty good, like in terms of mobility. Even when you have them mounted, they're on like kind of a little ball joint thing on the stand, so you can actually still move it around a little bit, which is pretty cool. I'm liking these cameras a lot. I just wish the software that it came with wasn't such ass. The cameras are great. The utilities are garbage. Absolutely hate them. Yeah, that was one of the reasons for the delay today, actually, in the stream, was I plugged in the second camera, thinking it would just pick it up normally. The first one was easy enough to set up. And, no, it kept freezing the computer, and it was just awful. Huge penis in the anus. So, anyway. Cool. Here, let me put you guys over here for a sec. Hold on. There. I was just going to put the light back on. So, yeah, it actually lets you screw it in from either side, too. This is quite nice. How do I have it there? Have it like that. Yeah. I'll just do them both the same way, you know? There we go. Nice. Yeah. Oh, which one am I doing here? There's a little screen on it that tells you. Oh, it says the battery's almost dead. Well, so much for lasting for hours. Jeez Louise, man. Yeah, that's kind of nice. Maybe that one wasn't plugged in. That's entirely possible. No, I think it should be plugged in. Where does it plug in now? Here. Is that not it? No, that's it. There. Recharging. Yes. It says it's charging. That was odd. I don't know. Anyway. We'll figure that out eventually. Yeah, it's been a bit of a learning curve. A lot of new technology here. A lot of stuff I've literally never owned before. So, you saw a little bit of that learning curve when we got the PSVR. Well, that was only the beginning. Yeah. So just as I kind of got my head wrapped around the PSVR, I decided that that wasn't sufficient for my computer needs. So I got the Vive. And that was a whole other ball of wax. It was like so much more of a pain in the ass to set up. But it's all good now. Once I kind of got, again, wrapped my head around it, or wrapped it around my head, I guess. Haha. Once I kind of wrapped my head around the logistics of how it wanted to be used, or how it wanted to work, then it was cool. Which, oh, you mean Emily? Yeah, she's pretty neat, eh? Duncan just freaked out. He said, "Holy crap, I just saw that Halloween ghoul thing move behind you and thought it was real." Yeah, she's, oh yeah, dude, Dirt, well, you're on my YouTube right now. You can find a lot of my edited highlights there. If it depends what it is. Like if it's something like Fortnite, for example, I'll do like funny clips, obviously just random bullshit that happens, and then any rounds where we win, I'll usually save the whole round. So there's a whole bunch of Fortnite ones. If it's something that's more of like a story-based game or an RPG, I'll split it up into episodes and I'll treat it kind of like an HBO series or whatever. And I have lots of playlists of those too. I do a lot of horror games. I tend to lean towards horror games and open world stuff, sci-fi, horror, fantasy, that sort of thing. So for the gaming, and then for other stuff, again, I just kind of make clips as they happen, and that's that. What's it? You heard something about Kill Bill coming to 4K? That'd be awesome. That one, like that has the potential to be an amazing 4K release because the visuals in Kill Bill are fucking amazing. I just used the word amazing twice. I am lacking adjectives. Isn't that amazing? Yes, quite. Duncan says Googles and finds another movie for the not watched it yet list. Corpse Bride. Yes. I also have not watched it yet. I just picked up the Blu-ray because I think we only have the DVD. Well, had the DVD, and now we have the Blu-ray. But, yeah, it's definitely on the have to watch this season, damn it, list. Well, there's that too. Sorry, just you were saying before. What do you need all that power for? It's like you have no idea how much shit I do. I do a lot behind the scenes too, not just what you see on the streams and videos. And oh, they were both digital? I always thought they were film. Oh, that's disappointing. I'm kind of shocked that Quentin would even work with digital on that. But, or no, they're shot on film. Oh, I see what you're saying. Wait a minute. So he says both Kill Bills were early 2K digital intermediates. I misunderstood. So I wouldn't recommend getting your hopes up. At least I hope that's what you're saying. My hope is it was shot on film, but then edited digitally. Jesus.
Right 96D just resubscribed for 19 months. You're back. It figures I would get back into watching your streams and then you take a month off.
Yep. You just missed my sort of overview of all the equipment. But anyway, that's okay. You can always catch it in the VOD. So that's pretty much it, I think, as far as equipment goes. And then a few things for the Halloween area. We did go to Spirit Halloween a couple of weeks ago. And that's where I got this, actually. I was saying to Rose, I said, I should really have more horror t-shirts. I'm really lacking horror t-shirts, considering how much I'm into horror stuff. It's like I mostly just had movie or comic book t-shirts, but didn't really have any horror ones. So now I got a few. I got a few there, and there was a few that some of the viewers sent as well. So I'm good. I'm good for now. Well, it's not so much DNR in this case, Nickelodeon. It's just that it wasn't created in a quality that is above a certain level, you know. So 2K, I guess, would be 1440p. So that's a little higher than the 1080. I mean, it's decently higher. I guess a third higher. But you know, it's still not 4K. It's like in between 1080 and 4K. But Yes. Okay, yeah, Devin says that is what I'm saying. Okay. So, I guess um so you're watching in double speed, so you're saying I should talk slower so it sounds normal. um yeah, so I mean unless they went and Star Trek The Next Generation did rescanned all the film at 4K, you know, or higher, and then did all the reassembling and remastering in 4K. Entirely possible. Question is, would they do it? It would be time consuming. It would be expensive. But okay. Well, we're absolutely both on the same page. Devin says they could rescan the film, but I really doubt they would. I hope that's why Fincher is taking so long on Panic Room. That was a DI as well. Interesting. Well, I mean, I guess that was kind of the new toy at the time, wasn't it? Everybody wanted to try it out. You know, the whole idea of being able to edit in film quality in a digital environment takes a lot of the grunt work out of editing for sure, especially editing film, which, you know, involves a lot of, like, just a whole other skill set that you just don't have much of or much need for anymore. But yeah, then that creates the problem though of all these films that were shot on film. Well, and a lot of TV shows as well from that era, 80s and 90s, would be shot on film, but then edited and finished on standard definition video, and often with post-production effects and like early digital compositing done at that time as well. So it's like you got to go in. Literally, the only way to get a true 4K presentation out of anything done like that, or even a true high def presentation, is to go in and rescan the film, and then very often using the lower quality original master tapes as a guide, reassembling the episodes with the newly scanned elements, and then recreating any post-production effects as need be. Basically what they did with Star Trek The Next Generation and X-Files and stuff like that. Voltron was one of the earlier examples I remember of that, where they got new scans of GoLine and Die Rugger, and using the Voltron master tapes as a guide, they reassembled every single episode from scratch, shot by shot, from the new film scans. And I'm pretty sure they kept digital files for those as well, in the hopes that they could do a Blu-ray at some point, but for whatever reason they never have. So that was kind of, it's funny that like it was almost like collecting those DVDs is what made me a late blooming Voltron fan. Was I always kind of liked it when it was on, but it was geared a little young for me. I was like 12, 13, so I was into more of the serious stuff like Robotech as far as anime went, or Force 5. But Force 5 was geared kind of young too. But Star Blazers, stuff like that. So when Voltron came out, I was like all about Star Blazers and Robotech, so it didn't quite have the same appeal to me. But in later years, especially going back and revisiting it, Jesus.
Funk Monk 1 just resubscribed for 59 months. Good morning and welcome back.
That was really fucking loud. One thing that's nice, even though I had to change computers, I didn't have to change any of the alerts. It still has all the alerts, because that's all stored on Streamlabs in the cloud. So thank God for that. What was I talking about? I don't even know what I was fucking saying anymore. I've forgotten. Yeah, I forgot. Oh well. I think the edibles are finally kicking in. This is a second 20-pound cat iced tea. I should really find out how much that actually is, because I feel like it's a lot. Because it always seems to like hit me like a truck at a certain point. But yeah. Have I seen the trailers for Wicked? I have not. That's the one about the Wicked Witch, right? Like her backstory, the Wicked Witch of the West. I have not, but I mean, I'd like to see it just based on the concept, you know. And oh, it's weird. It's so funny that we're starting to get like all these prequels to fairy tales lately. You notice that? And like not just fairy tales, but, you know, the famous children's stories that we all know and love. But like we got the two Maleficent movies, you know, prequels to Snow White. I should really watch those actually, because Angelina Jolie. I don't need to explain any more than that. I don't need any further reason beyond that. Yes. Angelina Jolie has been my celebrity crush for a very, very long time. Yes. Well, one of them anyway. You can never have just one. You need your harem of celebrities, right? Oh, it's yeah, I think I did hear that, based on a play. Worm Disease says, I saw a play of Wicked years ago, which I happened to see at a bookstore at that time. Okay. You saw the play you saw a play in a bookstore? So do you mean you actually saw a play performed of it, or you just saw the play, like the book of the play, in a bookstore? I'm confused. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Felicity Kendall. Ah, so you must... Duncan says, my celebrity crush is Felicity Kendall. So you must really enjoy that Red Dwarf joke, then. And probably laugh a little heartily than the average Joe, shall we say. If you need a memory refresher, it's one of the cold opens with Holly. And after the opening titles, I guess. So it's kind of a... After the opening titles cold open. He says, the other day, we passed by an asteroid that looked exactly like Felicity Kendall's bottom. We flew around that one a couple of times. Oh, Duncan says, but she is before my time, so 70s Felicity Kendall. Well, I mean, let's be fair here. Just about any woman from the 70s, like, oh, what an era. Those women were just stunning. My God. You remember that one, Duncan? Yeah, I thought you might. And that was one that they changed in the remastered version, which was the one they were trying to sell internationally, to Marilyn Monroe's bottom. It's like, okay. Because she's more known internationally than Felicity Kendall, I guess. And I'm like, okay, I don't know who Felicity Kendall is, but I mean, I can infer from the implications of the words that she is an attractive female of some kind You know, I don't need to know her whole filmography to get the joke, you know. I hate revisionism like that condescends to the audience. You know what I mean? Like, it's just... You've yet to watch your Blu-ray set? Yeah, Luke bought that one recently as well, largely because I kept interjecting Red Dwarf clips into our voice notes on Facebook. So it just gave him the itch to watch the show again. So he went and bought found the Blu-ray was actually on sale for like £28. So, yeah. Oh, I am so done with the Arrow sale right now, Bunk. Jesus Christ. Did you see how much I got? Like, I have, like, okay, how many columns of Blu-rays do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns of Blu-rays here. You know how many entire columns are Arrow from that fucking sale? 3. 3 of the 5 are nothing but Arrow. So, thank you for the suggestion. Maybe next year. Yeah. Some people just don't know. What do you... Okay, I'm trying to figure out what you were responding to, Carly. It says, at least 10 if it was me. What? Just to make sure. True. And then laughing Pepe. And then he says, some people just don't know. Are you actually responding to anything in particular, or are you just saying random replies with no context? Like, I can't see anything in any of the previous discussions to which that could be a reply. Well, that doesn't answer my question either. He said, yes, I am. Which one? You didn't answer. I'm so confused. He's like, oh my god. Nickelodeon says I should get another copy of the thing on Blu-ray for $8. The thing they have for $8 is from Shout Factory. Shout Factory. Yeah, the Shout Factory one, I would say, is the second best one. The best one is the Arrow one, for sure. And I'm pretty sure the 4K that came out, the Studio 4K, uses the Arrow transfer. So, I grabbed that as well. I have so many fucking versions of the thing. It's kind of ridiculous. I wish I still had my old Laserdisc. I used to have the old, like, the big deluxe gatefold Laserdisc set they put out. Yeah, that was the first time the thing ever got, like, a deluxe edition of any kind. And so it's kind of special. I wish I still had that one, honestly, because that just for the, you know, for what to me is the historical significance of it. Anyway, the first true special edition of the thing. It was where that documentary came from, actually. Terror Takes Shape, the 80-minute documentary that's been on every single release since. Yeah, that originated on the Laserdisc release. They put out, actually, the first DVD release was the Laserdisc release. It was the exact same stuff that was on the Laserdisc. The old non-anamorphic one. Though I think most of the DVDs were pretty basic with their extras package. Like, once they established that extras package on the Laserdiscs, that pretty much became the norm going forward. I don't recall them really adding anything until Screen Factory and Arrow did their sets, and then they made new extras, you know. But yeah, honestly, I mean the Shout Factory one for $8 is a ridiculously good price. I will say this though, I don't know if they have it because it was a limited edition, but if they had the Steelbook edition, the Steelbook edition has everything that's in the regular Scream Factory edition, the 2-disc set, plus it has a third disc which has a Blu-ray of the 4K transfer that Arrow did. So this was before a 4K edition became available. So that to me is absolutely the best Blu-ray edition to get because it has the best of both worlds. You get the Arrow, transfer, so that can be your viewing disc, and then you get the full 2 discs from the original Scream Factory release, and all the extras that are there. So I guess the only thing you wouldn't have is the Arrow extras, so you need to track down the Arrow one as well if you want to be a real completist. But if you just want the good version of the movie to watch, then yeah, I mean the Scream Factory one's pretty good. To me, the color timing was a little off; it was a little too blue, which made some of the red lit scenes more pink. The Arrow version does not have that problem. There's no more pink light than there should be, but it's just got much more natural color grade, which would be closer to what the original film looked like. Yeah, well, the Duncan is saying I might get more Vinegar Syndrome releases. I've rarely imported from the U.S., but as it's so cheap. Oh, yeah. The pound is much stronger than the dollar right now. I know for me, Canadian dollars, 1 pound equals $2 Canadian. Like it's fully a 2-to-1 ratio. So for the U.S., the exchange rate wouldn't be quite as good, but it would still be very much in your favor, like big time in your favor. So, yeah, enjoy it. I've experienced a similar thing about 20 years ago when I don't know what happened, but the Canadian dollar was worth a lot more. So I would get one American dollar would equal like $1.50 Canadian or something. So I got like really good exchange rate if I was getting stuff from the States or whatever. So, and then of course we had free trade in full swing as well. So it was actually quite cheap to import from the States. That is unfortunately not the case now. It's actually, I think it's actually cheaper for me to order from the UK, funny enough. And actually, funny enough, I just got a bunch of stuff from Amazon UK today. Well, this one is actually pretty good. I don't know if Jonkler's still here. Really cool Doctor Who book, The Evil of the Daleks, written by Jamie himself, Fraser Hines. And it's the story, it's a different kind of novelization of that story, where it's told from the perspective of Jamie. So it's kind of his perspective on things. So, pretty cool. What? What is it? Kitty. Oh, nice. Duncan says, finally cracking open that Vinegar Syndrome Daryl Extra Features Blu-ray and getting my mitts on that hour-long making-of documentary for the film I've watched as a core movie since I was 7. Well, I was over the moon. Oh, I know. See, that's what it was like for me with The Thing when they put out that special edition and sitting there and watching that documentary, because there was not a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff out there prior to that. So it was amazing to me to hear all those stories and see all those behind the scenes photos and video clips and stuff that they had what little they had, because they had very little. John Carpenter was very adamant about there not being too many on-set photos taken, because he wanted to kind of maintain the mystique, I guess. But the downside to that is we don't have a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff from it. So it was wonderful to see that documentary, because it had been such an enigma for such a long time, you know. Oh, are they doing a Man with No Name trilogy? Nice. I did pick up the Mexico trilogy, the El Mariachi, Desperado, and Once Upon a Time in Mexico. Yeah, I love those movies. So I picked those. Yeah, it's gonna be fun watching those again. I haven't seen them in quite some time, so. See, that's an interesting one. I'm talking about sort of being realistic with the source material. So it's an Arrow set. Desperado is on 4K and Blu-ray. The other two are only on Blu-ray. Well, what the hell? Why? Well, El Mariachi was filmed on 16 millimeter, not 35. So, I mean, some might argue that even Blu-ray is overkill to pull all the detail you can out of a 16 millimeter image. So, yeah, Blu-ray there's no need for it to be on anything higher than Blu-ray. And then with Once Upon a Time in Mexico, apparently it was filmed digital. It was an early digital, so it was a 2K digital film, or filmed digitally in 2K. So it will forever be 2K, right? So it's like, well, like we were just saying, 2K is like slightly better than 1080p, but nowhere near 4K. And I think at this point, well, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, there's so many 4Ks that are 2K upscales. Right? Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey!
Wannabe Newfie just resubscribed for 61 months. The substreak continues.
My God. Thank you. 61 months. Holy moly. So, shit balls. Does anybody remember what I was saying? I tried to hold on to the thought, but I lost it. Oh, right. Digital. Once Upon a Time in Mexico. So, yeah. So, I mean, I feel like it's kind of like where Blu-ray was when it first came out. They really want 4K stuff to be 4K. But, having said that, a lot of 4Ks are actually upscaled from 2K master files. So, yeah. But I'd say, I mean, if you're going to sell it as one format or the other, you know, a 1080p made from a 2K source is going to look pretty good. But a 4K made from a 2K source, not so much, right? So, I think they made the good call there in just putting it on Blu-ray, because I think we'll really be seeing it at its best like that, you know. So, anyway, it's nice to have them all together in a collection, and with like a nice selection of extras as well. I've always loved those movies, and I haven't actually owned them for quite some time. I think I had a DVD set a while back, but yeah, I obviously wanted to get high def versions. Oh yeah, Devin says, even though I was just arguing that Kill Bill would be a disappointing 4K, that's more about the scanning tech of the time period. I personally think it's a shame that Once Upon a Time didn't get a 4K HDR upgrade. But I understand why. They probably just got the masters from Sony, not really their call. Probably, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine. I mean, would it even have HDR though? If it was an old 2K digital master, would that even have been a thing that existed at the time? To be a part of that master, you know what I'm saying? Like, would it actually benefit from that? I don't know. I don't know what the color depth is on that kind of digital. So, yes. You sound very positive. Yes, is indeed. So, we have a lot more updating to do. This is not everything. This is just what came in over the past couple of days. Hey, the Halloween sales are really good this year, okay? So, yeah. So I may have gone a little haywire on all of them. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If it was I don't know, a 2K HDR source, if such a thing. Well, I guess technically you could do HDR at any resolution you want, but why would you want to use a lower resolution? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, probably not a lot of range on those old cameras, I would think. I mean, I think they were mainly concerned with just being able to replace film. Oh, nice. Duncan says, I must get myself a 4K TV. I've had a UHD player for a couple of years now, bought from a charity shop that thought it was a Blu-ray player. Cost me £30. Nice. Always nice when things work out like that. Well, not really. They don't really do anything on film anymore, Duncan. Oh, a few snobby auteurs might, but by and large, everything's done digitally now. As for replacing, I'm not talking about equivalent quality, although one would argue we reached that point a long time ago. You just need high enough resolution. I wasn't talking about what's better. Never said it was better. Just that it's replacing film as the recording medium of the masses. I see. And a few indies, too, I'm sure. Devin says, I think it's just Nolan and Paul Thomas Anderson. At least as far as finishing on film with the cut negative goes. Gotcha. Interesting. And yes, Ninkyo, the John Carpenter, Kurt Russell commentaries are always a treat. They're great. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and actually that's true. I know Robert Rodriguez was doing that too quite early on. So I remember seeing some behind the scenes stuff where he was showing some of the digital editing systems they used. Like they had an Avid system, and he was using Pro Tools for music and stuff. Duncan says, maybe. Still, it's like they're replacing racing bikes with e-scooters. Devin says, are you a film fetishist, Duncan Large? Does the thought of celluloid arouse you? What does that even mean? I don't know. Shoot on film for the future. You display digital. Remember, in 30 years' time, we will think of 4K masters cans as old hat. Have I seen any 2024 horror films that you've enjoyed? I've really only just started to get caught up. I watched Longlegs the other day, and I thought it was really good. I enjoyed it. Very tense. I thought Nicolas Cage was great. I thought he really just kind of disappeared into that character, which was quite disturbing and strange. And there was kind of a quirkiness to it as well. Like the girl in it, the main character. I liked her. What are you doing, Church? Fucking count. What are you doing? Hold on. I'm coming. So I was going to say, actually, one of the important things about having the PCs in the corner of the rack here is the sturdiness, meaning there's no way the cats can knock them over. So that was absolutely a concern. And it turned out that the sort of weakness of the shelves going lengthwise, but the strength of them going the short way, and sturdiness proved to be a blessing in disguise. Solved several problems. Yeah, that's true. Ninkyo says, I was happy to see Longlegs get a physical release. Sadly, not many new films are getting them anymore. Still waiting on Barbarian. Well, and some of them only get physical releases through the boutique labels. You know, like I've got, there's a set, I think it's a 4K of Late Night with the Devil. And that's coming through a boutique label. There was one I just got. What the hell was it? It's in the arrows. Of course, it's like at the bottom, probably, right? No. Oh, which one was it? Nope. Ow. No. I don't remember. It was something. Maybe I already put it over there somewhere. I don't know. Well, yeah, most movies were shot on film, which is beyond all the high-def formats. And that's the thing, is it really wasn't until later that, if you want to sort of equate resolutions, well, basically 2K would be like 16 millimeter, 4K would be like 35 millimeter, and then, you know, 8K, you'd be getting up to like 70 millimeter. So it's not exact because they're not measured the same way, but you know, that's a close enough approximation. So I don't know why they're smacking each other in the other room. You can hear that. Rose has a friend over. 2K movies. Oh, 8K is already coming, Duncan. There was a movie that was shot with an iPhone. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, actually, all of the HDMI cables that I bought for this new setup are all rated for 8K. So it's coming. It is absolutely overkill, though. I mean, I can see the benefit of having 4K over 1080. I mean, especially for a computer. Having a 4K 55-inch as my computer desktop is wonderful because it allows me to, it just gives me so much space to work with and still have everything legible, you know. And yeah, it's great. I'm loving it. But anything beyond that, honestly, I mean, 8K. I mean, I think 4K is about as good as you need it to be for movies, and then 8K would just be absolute overkill. The only benefit, of course, being the pixel density. So the image would appear a lot more solid, I guess, than it would at a smaller screen size. So let's say a 55-inch 8K screen, you wouldn't even see the pixels probably. So, yeah. But that's really the only thing. So, I mean, I don't know anything that would necessarily benefit from that level of pixel density, other than if you're looking at like travelogue photos or something. But you know, you certainly don't need that high for watching films at, the at the closest equivalent to watching the film in your home. So, thank you, yes sir, DJ. Said that is an amazing shirt. It was one of Spirit Halloween's selections this year. Picked up a couple of shirts there. Yeah, absolutely. Like to have a higher quality source scan, and ideally at a sufficiently high resolution that you should conceivably never need to scan it again. And thus, if anything should happen to the film, you have a digital preservation version, the unretouched, unaltered scan, 8K scan, that you have for the archives. And he was just saying, I have no problems with higher resolution acquisition and scanning, but I think 8K delivery is ridiculous. Yeah. Was it really? Says, I thought it was really interesting that the new restoration of Pi was done at 8K. Wasn't that 16 millimeter? The 4K looks fantastic, so maybe they were onto something. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how that would make a difference, really, because I mean, there's only going to be so much detail you can pull out of that scan. You reach a point where it kind of plateaus. You're not gaining anything anymore. It's like the same with bitrate. You sort of reach a point with bitrate and you get into the higher range. Like say with DVD, when you get into like the 8,000 to 9,800 range, you're not going to see a big difference. They're effectively the same. So, because it just kind of hits that threshold, So I don't know. Maybe it was 35. I could see them maybe getting more detail out of 35. Enhance the grain. But they say, yeah, always work in a level of quality that is at least one step above your delivery quality. So if you want to deliver in 4K, shoot everything in 8K, because then that gives you a higher quality source that can be downscaled to 4K, but it also gives you the option to do digital zooms and such, and maintain the quality at that level. So you can zoom in on an 8K image quite far before you'd see any pixelization on a 4K render of that. Which is pretty neat. I think there was a video on YouTube where it was shot in like 16K or something, and I wanted to show just how high the level of detail was. So it took the 16K image and then zoomed in on it, you know, and it was like a 1080p video. So we're gonna zoom in on it until we get to like 1080p level. It was ridiculous how far it zoomed in and how the detail was maintained for so long, just zooming into the image. You know, it was pretty amazing. Do you have any pretty camera tests you can show us in glorious 4K? Do I? I don't know if I did anything all that interesting. Honestly. Or if I even kept any of it. Yeah, I have some very lame test videos. I don't even entirely remember what they are. That's how interesting they were. I haven't actually done much with it yet, honestly. I did the first little bit that I had it, but you know, and I figured out the lenses and stuff. The one of the drop-in filters, I think I told you about that. The one of the drop-in filters didn't fit. It was for a different type of Canon. It's like, fuck. And there was no equivalent that would fit my camera. The only thing we could do was, well, what you suggested, just get the filters you want for the lens size you have. So I got a few for different sizes and the adapter ring so I can make different sizes if I have to. But yeah, I did get my money back on that one filter there, or the one adapter thing that didn't work. Oh my God, Church, you're so fucking needy. He just needs to be near Mummy all the time. Okay, Duncan says, truly the amount of detail you can extract from film relies not just on the grain structure of the film, but the development process, and probably the most important, the line resolution of the lens. A 16mm film might have all that's needed for a 4K with some digital processing, but it would have to be some great 16mm film stock. Looking at the numbers, 16mm can max out at 4K. But like I said, you have to be blessed with the good film, the great lenses, Leica maybe, and good development. The developer used can really affect the grain size, thus affecting the sharpness as well as the max contrast. But yes, 16mm scan for 4K is certainly possible. Anyway, I will shut up now. Need to go to work. Okay, well, thank you for that, Duncan. That was very informative. But yeah, I think situations where there is Blu-ray, or there is, 16mm film that is sufficiently pristine that it would benefit from that. I think that is quite rare. So rare, in fact, as to likely not exist in any tangible form, despite being possible. Chonkler says, and I'm not informative at all. Just came in and started laughing. Oh, because I'm back, took my gummies, and the high has, in a good way, broken me. Slowly coming out, spacing out, sort of. Having some fries. I have another burger there too. It's a mushroom Swiss. Usually keep that for later when either A, we have the weed munchies, or B, need more protein for a round 2. So what? Was it heavy or floaty? He says, like, my head feels 50 pounds, but no head ace. Floaty, I guess? So is it 50 pounds of air pressure, of helium? But not 50 pounds of weight? Then it says, well, I can, for 60 pounds, it appears, get my 16mm film scanned at 4K resolution by professional labs. I'll do my 8mm film I recorded as a kid. That's not too bad. That's something I'd like to get done, actually. I have several 8mm films, and some that I got in with Mum's stuff as well. It'd be nice to get all of those transferred. In 4K would be perfect. I'm fine with going overkill on a transfer, you know. Just so pull as much detail as you can, and ideally never have to do it again. I think when they did the Wizard of Oz for the Blu-ray release a while back, they did like an 8K scan apparently, because they ideally did not want to have to keep taking that classic film out of the vault, you know. Negative space is the place to go. A lot of places just scan them with shit methods, but she does it right. It's in the US, so I don't know what the shipping costs on that would be. Oh, negative space for getting things scanned, you're saying? Gotcha. And a peace to you too, Doom TV. Well, not a peace. You know what I mean. Peace. Love. Harmony. Good evening. The Blu-ray was scanned at... I thought the Blu-ray was scanned at 8K. That's what I was saying. That's what I heard. That they did the raw scan at 8K. So they wouldn't have to do it again. Do we ever see the rest of the Blu-rays? Carlatin says, no, because you left. I was waiting for you to get back. But then I ate and drank and was merry. So I have to go smoke. It was scanned at 8K for the 4K, but just 4K for the Blu-ray back in 2009 or whatever. Boo-ray dooba-doo-bay. Boo-bay dubba-boo-bay. Hey, hey, up in Bombay. A. Back in 209. 209. Z got bars. I do. I got a Lion bar. I got Milky Way bar. I got Twix bar. And I got double-decker bars. I also got all the boxes of mini bars over there. You probably saw them earlier when we were looking around. Yeah, Devin says, maybe you should look up what 20 cat pounds of THC is in milligrams. I would, but I kind of enjoy measuring it in poundage per poundage of cat per annum. You know what I mean. So anyway, this is my second one of the evening. I mean, it's basically, I see this as like one of our rum and coke nights. The only difference is it's weed, you know. Far less damaging to the body, by the way. Than alcohol. It just makes you stupid, and then it makes you sleepy. So then you go to bed. And you wake up. And get on with your day. And that's it. Kit Kat bars. What? 94 Kun says, I heard that someone released a video about different film prints while filming said film prints. Huh? Did you just want to say film prints a lot in a sentence? In which case, well done. Bravo. Literally as well, yes. 209. Do they mean film stocks? There was a video like that from a few weeks ago. Maybe? I don't know. Actually, I have 94 Kun also says I got Kit Kat bars. I also have Kit Kat bars in the aforementioned Halloween stuff. So, yeah. Jonger says, I'm really interested in this concept of stoned animal, or is a doomed one. What am I babbling about? I don't know. Stoned animal. Oh, do you not know what we're referring to with the measurement in cat poundage? So, hold on. So, to save money on the beverages, we have a big thing of powdered iced tea mix. Just one heaping scoop in a glass, add water, boom, perfect cup of iced tea. So one thing you can do with edibles, of course, is add oil, the THC oil, directly to food items to, get it into your system that way. So essentially, it's what the drinks are. They just basically have a squirt of this in with the drinks, and that's that. But, so, I mean, why not take just a squirt of this and put it in the drink of your choice? Why do you got to have them do it for you, you know? So it's way cheaper just to get a little bottle of the oil and do it yourself. So just like my rum and cokes, I tend to mix my drinks strong. So here's the thing. It comes with this. It comes with this, like, dropper or whatever, syringe. And it has it locked off at, like, 0.3 milliliters. So I'm like, yeah, no. That's not going to stand. And I thought, well, do we have another one like that, another plunger? And the only thing I could think of that we had was this one from when we had the cat that needed to be fed with the dropper. And, well, we haven't used it for anything else since. So, it's not, I thought it was milligrams at first. There. But then looking at the side, it actually says kilograms. So that's why I realized this is not milligrams. This is not like measurements of liquid. This is weight. If your cat weighs this much, give them this much formula. You know? Something like that. Anyway. Yeah. I mean, I would think if your cat weighs 35 kilograms, that would be a little concerning, wouldn't it? I don't know. So, obviously, I'm just reading this wrong in every conceivable way. So, I just basically, I put about a half plunger in, which goes up to 20. I guess technically it goes up to 40, but, yeah, I bring it up to 20. And since it measures it in weight, so I put a 20 kilogram cat's worth of oil into my drink. And that seems to get us to where we like to be. Yes. Let's get high. Yeah. Okay, Freddy. Freddy Spaghetti. Shooby-dooby-doo wop bop. I think it's time for another short break. And then I will return. Oh, yes. I will return. What do I want to put on? I don't know. I got like a lot of good stuff here. I mean, I have I have good, wholesome family entertainment, like Fuck Your Ass. That's the name of a song here, apparently. Fuck the House. Fuck a Dance Dance. That's a good one. I love some Fuck a Dance Dance. You got Fucka, you also have Hucka. And Hayo Dideldo. Doo-ba-doo-boo-ba-doo. I really need to get a playlist, like, ready before the show. The problem is I kind of go where my ADHD takes me, so I may not want to play what's on that playlist when it gets to that point in the show. You see. Oh, there's Motherfuck. That's another good one. And, yeah. Pussycat and its follow-up, Pussy Poison. Yes, very good. Is this actually, let me just see how long this one is. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, we generally want about 10 minutes for a break, right? This one's 11. Cool. Well, this is the 95 Ravers Mega Mix from the Rave Busters on the Amiga. And I'm going to go have a smoke and figure out my life. All right. I will be back. So you enjoy the show. And we'll see you shortly. Dance break.
This one is dedicated to all the ravers in the nation.